Chapter 2201 Damn you, Fang Yuan. Chapter 2201, Damn you, Fang Yuan. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had expended his own theft path Dao marks to refine this Gamble GU. Gamble GU gave random results that could not be influenced by anyone. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was special, he was an otherworldly demon who possessed otherworldly Dao marks. Thieving Heaven's space was founded on the basis of his otherworldly Dao marks. Meanwhile, Gamble GU was refined with his otherworldly theft path Dao marks. Gamble GU did not have any offensive power by itself, it was powerless no matter what the result was. But the luck Gamble killer move that used it as the core was extremely dangerous. Whether it succeeded or failed, there was no way to predict it. But it was because of this characteristic, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck could not interfere with it. The probability of winning the luck gamble was equal for both Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Qin Dingling. Qin Dingling won the previous time, now, it was Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's win. However, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not feel any joy. Because whether she lost or won, Qin Dingling would only profit. The reason? It was due to the profundity of luck path. Luck was essentially categorized into two types, good luck and bad luck. The size of luck varied from person to person, in general, the higher the cultivation, the larger the luck. Comparing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's and Qin Dingling's luck. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck was extremely vast, it was at Dao Lord level. There was little bad luck, while good luck occupied the majority of it. And Qin Dingling's luck was far smaller than Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's. Bad luck occupied most of it, while good luck was little. Qin Dingling was only a rank 8 expert, her luck would naturally be smaller than Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's. Luck was a variable, she was against a powerful enemy like Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, with the luck of all living beings influencing each other, even if she had good luck, it would be affected and turned into bad luck. Thus, firstly, Qin Dingling's luck was far smaller than her opponent's. She was basically gambling with a smaller chip, this was a huge advantage in itself. Secondly, Qin Dingling had a lot of bad luck, when it was transferred to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, it would contaminate his luck as well. The basis of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's combat system was positive and powerful luck. This had two crucial points, one was he needed to have vast luck, the other was that his luck needed to be positive, which meant the more good luck he had, the better. If Qin Dingling won more and lost less in the luck gamble, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck would greatly decrease. If Qin Dingling won less and lost more, even though Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would obtain her luck, it would mostly contain bad luck. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun fell into a dilemma. He had many methods to transform his bad luck into good luck. But this process would spend immortal essence and mental energy, he would be sacrificing many opportunities when he battled Star Constellation Immortal Venerable again. Even worse was that once he turned his bad luck into good luck, and he lost to Qin Dingling in the next luck gamble, what would he do? Would he not be reinforcing the enemy? Bam bam bam. There was a chain of self-detonations, over 30 truthful floating ice pieces were destroyed. There was only 10% or so remaining of the crazed demon formation. The crazed demon formation's power continued to weaken, there was also only about 40% remaining of the great world in the 8th layer. Everything was used to nurture the central truthful floating ice piece. The three crazed demon eccentrics continued to carve the truthful floating ice, their expressions becoming fanatic. The strength of limitless countermeasures originated from the crazed demon formation. If not for this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would have already destroyed the source of limitless countermeasures. Back then, Limitless Demon Venerable had deliberately arranged it as one whole to make others hold themselves back if they wanted to obtain eternal life research results. They had to accept the threat and be indistinctly restricted by the countermeasures. As the crazed demon formation continued to disappear, the upper limits of strength in the GU Immortals fight continued to rise. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun used more powerful methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable similarly raised the strength of her skills. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was being hindered by Qin Dingling, he unavoidably fell into a disadvantage. We must kill Qin Dingling. This became a general consensus. Not only Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, other pseudo-venerables also attacked. But this was Star Constellation chessboard formation, since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's painstaking scheme against Immortal Zombie Giant Sun succeeded, how could she let Qin Dingling be attacked easily? The situation is not good, we need to reinforce Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. If we want to support Giant Sun, we need to kill Qin Dingling. At worst, we need to disturb and break her killer move. But star constellation chessboard formation can transfer her anywhere instantly, so we still need to destroy this formation first. After back and forth discussions, it still returned to the starting point. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, stars shot forward one after the other, destroying the protective golden light, and forcing Immortal zombie giant sun to retreat. Goo, he coughed out cold, dark corpse blood. Starlight shone on his chest. No matter how his golden light spread, the starlight was still shining brightly. His injuries were very heavy. Because of Qin Ding Ling impeding him, Immortal zombie giant sun's battle strength had fallen sharply. He was actually showing signs of defeat in the battle with star constellation Immortal Venerable. Looking at Immortal zombie giant sun coughing blood, the expressions of Lu Weiyin and the others changed. Was Immortal zombie giant sun going to lose in the battle of two venerables? The previous battle situation already proved that Immortal zombie giant sun was the strongest battle strength in the allied forces. Second was Yu Fang Yuan. If Immortal zombie giant sun were to be defeated, that would mean the allied forces lost. However, no matter how unwilling Lu Weiyin and the rest were, they were aware that it was normal for star constellation Immortal Venerable to have such an advantage. There were many factors that influenced a fight between GU immortals. One was cultivation level and number of Dao marks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal zombie giant sun were equal in this. Second was Immortal essence and Immortal GU. Both sides were about the same. Third was battle experience. It was a draw between star constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal zombie giant sun. Fourth was external environment, whether it could be used or not. Star constellation Immortal Venerable exceeded Immortal zombie giant sun in this aspect, at least, it was true for the moment. Immortal zombie giant sun used luck suppression heavenly palace, calamity luck altar, and savage wilderness great world. He then allied with Fang Yuan, deliberately destroyed primordial domain, then allied with Fang Yuan again to explore the crazed demon formation and the door of life and death. Star constellation Immortal Venerable fought many battles using the strength of Book Mountain, primordial domain, crazed demon formation, immortal graveyard, door of life and death, spectral soul demon Venerable, green lotus great world, star constellation chessboard, and limitless countermeasures. Fifth were combat methods. GU formations, battlefield killer moves, GU houses, and all kinds of killer moves. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal zombie giant sun were both excellent beyond doubt in this aspect. It was hard to tell who was better. Sixth was combat system. Immortal zombie giant sun's combat system contained extremely powerful potential for later, but it was miraculously cracked by Qin Ding Ling. Star constellation Immortal Venerable also possessed an exceptional combat system which she had been using all along. This combat system was the combined combat systems of Ming Hao, Yu Shu, and Feng Ya. In the offensive aspect, the main method was Fairy Ming Hao's Flying Star killer move. Wisdom Path GU immortals often used exquisite killer moves because of the superiority of their path. These killer moves usually contained many GU worms and had complicated procedures for activation. This was why the calculation ability of Wisdom Path GU immortals was extraordinary, only then could they control their killer moves properly. But in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system, the Flying Star method was almost the only method in the offensive aspect. It could be said to be extremely lacking and unvaried. Was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable intentionally throwing away the obvious advantage of Wisdom Path? That was not the case. First of all, the killer move Flying Star looked simple, but that was not true. If it was used repeatedly one after the other, every move would be a consecutive move. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was hit by so many stars that by now, the injuries caused by the stars had reached the point of inflicting serious injuries. Secondly, the deficiency in the offensive aspect was exactly Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's ingenuity. Looking at the whole combat system, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took out the calculation requirement from the offense aspect and transferred it onto herself, letting her have an immense grasp over the battle situation at all times. It was because of this grasp over the situation that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could use all the surrounding resources to the limit. Even as the weak side, she could win against the strong alliance army that had high numbers. She actually led Heavenly Court to the height of victory. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system could use the environment to suppress enemies and use emotions to affect them. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was one of the victims. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were equal in many aspects. However, in this deadlock, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's combat system was obstructed, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to maintain her combat system and her advantages. These advantages were insignificant alone, but they stacked together until Immortal Zombie Giant Sun fell into the danger of losing. Fang Yuan, it is time to stake our lives and fight, what are you still hesitating for? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suddenly shot towards the azure sphere. Luck Path Killer moves erupted like a rainstorm, attempting to break the sphere and release Fang Yuan. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already guarded against this. She immediately attacked, star shadows flickered, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suffered a heavy attack again, his killer move was also destroyed halfway. We must help Fang Yuan, he will reinforce Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Lu Weiyin called out. Paradise Earth sighed. Sigh, if my tomb had not been destroyed, I would have Venerable cultivation level now and be able to resolve this predicament. These damned fodder. Zombie Yudu waved his punch, killing another Heavenly Court member. However, these Heavenly Court GU immortals would revive shortly afterwards, there was no way to kill them completely. What's more, there was still Chi-Si Ancestor behind Zombie Yudu. Half of the limitless, chains on Chi-Si Ancestor had already disappeared. On one hand, other GU immortals were helping him, on the other hand, the crazed demon formation itself was shrinking. The upper limit of strength in the GU immortals fights was continuously increasing, there was now a much higher tolerance for the killer move elevation. However, Chi-Si Ancestor still did not have the strength to protect himself, he required Zombie Yudu's constant protection. Everyone, protect me, Paradise Earth shouted, retreating to the center of the group. The other immortals protected him and gave Paradise Earth precious time to use his killer move. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. A mysterious aura spread from his body and charged towards the azure sphere like an air wave. This killer move was extremely profound, it could restore heaven and earth to its normal state, it was the nemesis of battlefield killer moves. It was perfect to break the encirclement. The azure sphere was already enduring the pressure from Fang Yuan, now that the killer move Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm hit, it immediately collapsed. Fang Yuan gave a loud shout, as he flew out like a tiger let out of its cage. Paradise Earth, I hope you can lend me a hand again. Fang Yuan sent out a multicolored rainbow, taking Paradise Earth as he charged towards Qin Ding Ling. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. Paradise Earth took in a deep breath, after using the killer move, his orifices started bleeding, his face became pale as paper. Formless air currents moved forward, everywhere they went, starry paths broke down, turning into nothingness. Without the starry paths, it was difficult for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to move Qin Ding Ling. Her eyes flickered with cold light, she immediately gave up on rescuing Qin Ding Ling and fiercely attacked Immortal Zombie Giant Sun instead. Damn you, Fang Yuan! Immortal Zombie Giant Sun roared, his chest was torn from the attack and his soul was heavily injured. At this time, Qin Ding Ling was killed by Fang Yuan. However, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not turn the situation around. Thousands of stardust shot towards him, he destroyed most of them but several hundreds still struck his body. So much starlight accumulated in Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's injuries that they were already intense like fire. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was close to death. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to attack him ruthlessly. The final fatal attack. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2202 Chudu's Danger. Chapter 2202, Chudu's Danger. Northern Plains. Chu Tribe Headquarters. First Supreme Elder is still in closed cultivation. Today is the day of the battle. Cho Lao Wu continued to rub his hands together. He was thin with a slightly humped back, his naturally sad face looked even more depressed right now. Relax, since First Supreme Elder agreed to Black Moon's challenge, why would he retreat just before the fight? We just need to wait patiently. Hao Zhen was leaning on a wall with arms crossed in front of him, he showed a composed expression. He was a middle-aged bearded man, he was tall and muscular. He and Cho Lao Wu were good friends, the two could activate a signature killer move called Wind Thunder Roar together. Because of this, Cho Lao Wu and Hao Zhen were called the Wind and Lightning Demons. After siding with Chu Du, they became second only to Chu Du as the strongest battle strength of Chu tribe. Actually, avoiding the battle is also an option. In another direction, Immortal Wang suddenly said softly. He had a short stature, he had a red nose and small triangular eyes, he was a transformation path GU immortal who was proficient in transforming into dog breeds. What did you say? Hao Zhen was infuriated, he quickly approached Immortal Wang, staring at him with furious eyes, as First Supreme Elder someone who avoids a battle. He is the mighty Chu Du. Are you trying to defame First Supreme Elder? Hao Zhen held Immortal Wang by his shirt and raised him to the air. Immortal Wang was immediately furious, shouting, "Let go! You brute, if you don't let go, don't blame me for attacking you." Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Chou Laowu quickly pulled Hao Zhen away, while Li Sichun held Immortal Wang. Li Sichun had a square face with thick eyebrows and huge eyes, his nose bridge was very tall, his chest had thick black hair that was exposed, he was a man but he wore a flowery skirt. He tapped his fingers together and said in a feminine voice, "Come on, don't argue, okay? I am already agitated, if we have an internal fight now, then our Chu tribe will really face a crisis." Immortal Wang snorted coldly, flinging away Li Sichun's hand. "This is Chu tribe's crisis. We should deal with it cautiously. If First Supreme Elder was still a lone force, it would not matter to us if he battled or not. But he is not, he is our Chu tribe's First Supreme Elder. Do you know what the consequences will be if he loses? You brute." Hao Zhen snorted, not saying a word. Because he knew Immortal Wang was not wrong. Chu Du established a sect called Chu Sect. He used his connections and methods to invite many immortals to go against Heavenly Lord Baizu, but he allied with Heavenly Lord Baizu later and forced these GU immortals into joining him to form Chu Sect. His actions turned the situation around. After establishing Chu Sect, Chu Du used his charisma and tricks to subdue the people's hearts. But good times did not last long. Under the pressure of Longevity Heaven and the Huangjin tribes, Chu Du was forced to change Chu Sect into Chu tribe. Thus, Chu Du took in his trained strength path GU immortals as his adopted children, removing the sect system and using the tribe system to rule. Even so, Chu tribe was still being doubted and pressured because Chu Du had no children of his own. Thereupon, Chu Du took the initiative to participate in the Fate War. This decision helped to stabilize Chu tribe's status. The situation changed again now. Fate GU was destroyed, the rumors of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's revival kept on growing larger. Longevity Heaven sent a command to Northern Plains Righteous Path to subdue lone and demonic immortals, attempting to unite Northern Plains GU Immortal World. Lone and demonic immortals were extremely resistant towards this, they felt disgusted towards the Huangjin tribes. Because of this, Baizu tribe and Chu tribe became much more attractive to join. Many of the lone and demonic immortals were solitary. They would rather choose to join Chu tribe and Baizu tribe than join the Huangjin tribes. Chu Du was of lone cultivator origin, Baizu tribe's Heavenly Lord Baizu was too. These two tribes benefited from this and expanded quite a lot. As a result, they were being watched secretly by Longevity Heaven. Sigh, where did this fairy Black Moon come from? Her origin is mysterious, it is like she came out of a rock, we cannot investigate her background at all. Northern Plains is such a large region, there are many hidden experts, what is so strange about Fairy Black Moon? But she actually challenged First Supreme Elder, she is just asking for humiliation. Not necessarily. Objectively speaking, this person is extremely strong. After she appeared, she continuously challenged many experts, but has yet to face a defeat. In the most recent challenge, she even defeated Lu Chong. Fairy Black Moon revealed new methods in almost every battle. Her totem killer move is her trump card, and she is even rumored to be an inheritor of Reckless Savage. Chou Laowu and the group discussed. Currently, He Lu Lan had a huge reputation, she won repeatedly, displaying peak rank 7 battle strength that was comparable to rank 8 strength. And also because of the rumors of being Reckless Savage's inheritor, her overall prestige suppressed Chu Du. I can already see Fairy Black Moon's aims. She has huge ambitions, she gathered so many people around her, challenging people to gain reputation. Right now, she has already become a symbol and banner of the demonic path and lone cultivators. It was an inevitable matter for her to challenge Lord Chu Du. Even if she did not challenge him now, she would have to challenge sooner or later. Because once she wins, her reputation will double at least, and she will have authority to lead Northern Plains lone and demonic immortals. Hao Zhen analyzed. Under the pressure, lone and demonic immortals who were willing to surrender to the righteous path had already surrendered. The remaining ones were recalcitrants. And these recalcitrants had a few tricks up their sleeves. After all, without strength, they had no qualifications to be stubborn. And to these recalcitrants, Chu Du, who had established a righteous path tribe and worked with the Huangjin tribes, even having participated in the Fate War, was clearly Longevity Heaven's dog. To them, he was even more hateful than the Huangjin tribes. If Fairy Black Moon defeated Chu Du, she would definitely win their hearts. Her gains would no doubt be much more remarkable than when she defeated Lu Chong. On the contrary, Chu tribe was already being suppressed by longevity heaven, it had to fully rely on Chudu. Chu tribe was not tied together using blood relationship, the master-disciple system also could not be openly established. The tribe was mostly maintained by Chudu's charisma alone. Chudu was the spiritual banner of Chu tribe, should this banner collapse, Chu tribe would definitely suffer heavily. Their progress would be severely obstructed, they would lose their grasp of the people's hearts, they would start to decline rapidly. People like Cho Lao Wu were worried. Right now, they had already become Chu tribe's core members who enjoyed the benefits. They did not want Chu tribe to decline. Sigh, if we could ask for darling, Lord Fang Yuan's help, that would be great. Li Si-chun sighed. Immortal Wang shook his head. No, that is too risky. Lord Fang Yuan's demonic might is indeed awe-inspiring, maybe even longevity heaven will show restraint. But what if giant son Immortal Venerable revives in the future? Although Fang Yuan is strong, he is not a match for a Venerable. If we do this, it will just be a short-term pleasure. But it is actually a stupid way to isolate ourselves from Northern Plains' righteous path. Keep quiet, they are here, Cho Lao Wu suddenly reminded. More than 10 GU immortals came this time. Half were Chudu's adopted sons, they cultivated strength path and had ordinary cultivation level. The rest were those lone and demonic immortals that Chu tribe had recruited recently. Although their strength was higher than the adopted sons, their loyalty was unable to be verified for the moment, so it was rather troublesome to use them. External elders, where is Lord Father? First Supreme Elder. It is already the appointed time, why has First Supreme Elder not appeared yet? These people asked all kinds of questions. Who allowed you to come? Hao Zhen walked forward, Cho Lao Wu, Immortal Wang, and Li Si-chun stood behind him, coldly watching these newcomers. At this moment, the four immortals restrained their internal conflict and stood up as one. External elders, please don't blame us, we are really concerned about our adopted father's safety. Yes, since we joined Chu tribe, Lord Chudu is our leader. Is it wrong for us to feel concerned? It became noisy again, their anxiety was clear as day. Hao Zhen was just about to berate them when an aura spread, which made the immortals turn around. The closed bronze door of the secret room opened. Chudu walked out slowly with an indifferent expression. First Supreme Elder, Lord Father, Chudu nodded slightly, smiling as he looked around, since you are here, hold the line for me. Chudu's mood was heavy. The actual situation was much more serious than what Li Si-chun and the rest discussed. These recently recruited lone and demonic immortals were opportunists, there might even be spies among them. The adopted sons looked respectful and humble, but in fact, they already held resentment towards Chudu. On one hand, they blamed Chudu for cultivating them into strength path that had uncertain prospects, on the other hand, when they underwent immortal ascension, Chudu used them to absorb reckless savages' true meaning, causing them to suffer huge losses. Chudu was aware, Chu tribe seemed to be united, but it was already at the juncture of declining. If he could win against Fairy Black Moon, Chudu could still maintain the original state. If he were to be defeated, Chu tribe would definitely decline, and it would likely be a disastrous decline. People would look down on them, no one would join, they would keep on growing weaker until Chu tribe members became cannon fodder in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Lord, with so many people leaving, what about our territory's defense? Cho Lao Wu asked. Chudu waved his sleeve, saying with a carefree tone, it doesn't matter. How many resource points do we have that are truly valuable? As for the headquarters, GU immortals need to be stationed, draw sticks to settle it. Although Chu tribe was established, they had few resource points and were of poor quality. It could be said they were lacking resources to develop. Like this, a few unlucky GU immortals were selected to guard the headquarters. Chudu took almost all the Chu tribe GU immortals towards the appointed battlefield. Chudu was not even a little panicked, moving leisurely. On the way, GU immortals of the Huang Jin tribes appeared and joined Chudu's group. These GU immortals might exclude Chu tribe and Bai Zhu tribe secretly during normal times, but they naturally stood beside Chudu when facing an outsider like Fairy Black Moon. When they were halfway through the journey, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu appeared. Only then did Chudu truly let out a sigh of relief. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2203 Blood Sea Clone. Chapter 2203, Blood Sea Clone. It was only Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's clone, but it was still at rank 8, the immortals quickly paid their respects. Chu Du was satisfied. Although Heavenly Lord Baizu did not personally come to back him up, Chu Du knew Heavenly Lord Baizu had an exquisite method that could let the clone and main body switch places instantly. Thus, with this clone here, it was no different from Heavenly Lord Baizu personally being here. At this crucial moment, Heavenly Lord Baizu was a reliable partner for Chu Du. Heavenly Lord Baizu had been paying a lot of attention to the impending battle of Chu Du and Fairy Black Moon. After all, with longevity heaven above them and the unity of the Huang Jin tribes, Baizu tribe and Chu tribe had to stay allied and endure the immense pressure together. It was just that he had a really urgent mission at this time. The only one that could summon him was naturally longevity heaven. Currently, Heavenly Lord Baizu was in longevity heaven, beside him was the current generation South Desolation Immortal, Yao Huang. Seeing Heavenly Lord Baizu slightly out of sorts, Yao Huang understood inwardly, smiling, Baizu, who do you think will win in the fight between Chu Du and Black Moon? Heavenly Lord Baizu retracted his consciousness, smiling bitterly, from my angle, I naturally hope Chu Du can win. However, Fairy Black Moon is no small character, her strength is hard to estimate. This will definitely be a fierce battle. Lord Baizu is correct. Both cultivate strength path, one has been renowned for a long time, while the other's reputation is rising rapidly. It is indeed hard to tell who is stronger, only the fight will determine the winner and the loser. That Fairy Black Moon seems to have inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance, her strength path attainment cannot be underestimated. In my view, Chu Du still has a higher chance of winning. After all, he is a legendary person who had once pressured the whole of Lu tribe. The moment these words came out, Lu tribe Gu Immortals snorted coldly with displeased expressions. A large group of Gu Immortals had gathered around Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang, they were all from Huang Jin tribes. As the Gu Immortals were discussing, Five Elements Grandmaster suddenly flew over. Alright, the formation is set, please enter the formation. A large formation was set up in front of the Immortals. Beautiful blood-red lines were all over the formation. The Huang Jin tribe's Gu Immortals stopped talking as they entered the formation, among them was Heavenly Lord Baizu, who brought He tribe's Gu Immortals. Soon, only Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang remained at the periphery of the formation. Yao Huang looked at the formation, saying suddenly, it is good if Chu Du wins, but if he fails, Black Moon might really rise to power. Did you secretly help Chu Du? Heavenly Lord Baizu shook his head. I won't lie to you, I had suggested this to him, but it was rejected. He only wants to use his strength path attainment to fight this battle. To him, this strength path battle holds extraordinary significance. Yao Huang thought to himself, smiling inwardly, Chu Du will lose, and it is a certain loss. He Lu Lan was nurtured by our ancestor, her strength is beyond her peers, and with effort Gu helping her, her cultivation level, killer moves, and other aspects are progressing rapidly. Meanwhile, He Lu Lan already knows the information regarding Chu Du. With this win, He Lu Lan will become a leading character in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Later on, she will be able to lead lone and demonic immortals with her every action. Right at this time, the sky of longevity heaven suddenly changed, warning alarms started ringing. This was the arranged signal. How could it be so early? Yao Huang's expression changed greatly, as he shouted, quickly activate the formation. Even without his reminder, Five Elements Grandmaster, who was in charge of the formation, was already activating it. The formation buzzed loudly as blood-red light bloomed. This formation was actually a rank 8 Blood Path Immortal formation. The Blood Path formation produced a mysterious strength that quickly disappeared from the formation and transferred to a mysterious place. At this time, Crazed Demon Cave, 9th layer, in Star Constellation Chessboard formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made the fatal move. Whoosh! Suddenly, the near-dead immortal zombie giant sun's body burned with blood-red flames. Countless Gu worms shone and flew around inside immortal zombie giant sun's aperture, forming a killer move that drew in the blood path divine power from longevity heaven. Among them, familial emotion Gu was the first core, next to familial emotion Gu was imitation Gu. This time, imitation Gu had already transformed into blood relation Gu, which was the second core. The blood path divine power quickly spread throughout immortal zombie giant sun's body. His ice-cold immortal zombie black blood burned intensely like boiling water. Golden rays shot out from the black blood and spread rapidly like water. After a few breaths of time, all the blood in immortal zombie giant sun turned into the color of gold. His dry black skin, like that of a withered tree, became filled with vitality as it regained a white luster. Thorn-like hair quickly grew and draped down to his shoulders. His eyes that were dark and dim earlier started shining in golden light now. His entire body began to grow taller. He had a slightly hunched back earlier, but was now standing tall with bulging muscles. He became a middle-aged man of over 9 feet in height. Boom! Blood-colored radiance spread, causing winds and clouds to stir. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had completely revived. The whole revival process was extremely short. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found that she was not able to break the blood-red barrier of light around Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and even sensed hints of a trap around Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, so she watched from the side. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was deep. As I expected, Blood Sea Ancestor was your clone. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled, showing his white teeth. Star Constellation, you cultivate Wisdom Path primarily with Star Path as your secondary path. Genesis Lotus cultivates Wood Path and Painting Path. Thieving Heaven cultivates Theft Path primarily with Space Path as the secondary path. With one main and one specialty path, us Venerables can compete with each other on equal grounds. And in my case, I chose Blood Path. It is just that the timing was not right when I was alive. Only after countless years past my death was there enough foundation for my Blood Sea clone to create Blood Path. And talents emerged in Heavenly Court as well. Their first were Gu Immortal Fei Shuang and Ning Shui, this master and disciple pair who hunted down my Blood Sea clone. Later, Refinement Path Great Grand Master Lian Shen Ke refined Blood Relation Immortal Gu, which almost destroyed my plan. Fortunately, I had backup methods. Heavenly Court had already felt something strange about Blood Sea Ancestor. Thus, they constructed Demon Judgment Board to suppress Blood Path. Although Immortal Zombie Giant Sun succeeded in reviving, the progress of Blood Path was seriously impeded. It did not develop into a mainstream path and was always treated like a detestable path. Even though super forces researched it, they only did it behind closed doors. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's original plan was to keep Luck Path a secret while borrowing the strength of the world to perfect Blood Path, but Blood Path ended up being obstructed. If Blood Path had been prosperous, the current Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's strength would have risen much more. Forget it, how can everything go as one wishes? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable heaved a sigh, his gaze moving past Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, past the formation, towards the distance. There were only a few truthful floating ice pieces left in the crazed demon formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable solemnly gathered her concentration. In front of her was a fully revived Giant Sun Immortal Venerable with no trace of injuries, and although his strength had not been restored to the peak state, it was similar to Star Constellation Immortal Venerables. And Qin Dingling was still in the process of revival. Luck Gamble was already used before and would be difficult to use again with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable already on guard against it. Star Constellation and Giant Sun's fight was definitely going to be an uncontrollable battle of life and death. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt troubled if she had to fight without any considerations. The current situation was not simple, she had various misgivings. At this time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly sighed. Star Constellation, the eternal life research results are right before our eyes, let's hold off our fight for the moment. How about we join hands and get rid of these irrelevant people first? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was dazed for a bit before nodding with a smile. That is appropriate, we should do that. These two Venerables were still fighting a life and death battle earlier, but they were actually working together now. This was undoubtedly a wise move. It would be a shame if bystanders got benefits when two tigers fought. Thereupon, the sensible Star Constellation and Giant Sun were naturally going to get rid of the weak ones first. Boom! Giant Sun Immortal Venerable directly charged towards Fang Yuan. Countless golden light rays shot at Fang Yuan like spears or swords. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable showing his sincerity to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan was with Paradise Earth, and he had killed Qin Dingling not long ago. You defend while I attack, Fang Yuan said to Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth hesitated for a bit before nodding. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Web Protection Veil. Milky white light web appeared once again. The heavenly web was pure without any dust. There were large gaps but they did not allow anything in. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's golden light rays were completely blocked by the heavenly web. This was the void, there were no outside world's luck path Dao marks to amplify Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. On the contrary, they were also under the threat of limitless countermeasures. It was not like in the Door of Life and Death where Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained amplification from countless soul path Dao marks and could also use his full strength without any restraints. 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi. Fang Yuan attacked from afar, 5 colored smoke spread rapidly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not slow down, he kept on charging closer. Golden light constantly flowed around his body. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable entered the 5 restriction profound light chi, the 5-colored smoke flowed away from him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable closed in on Fang Yuan and used a killer move. A golden hand quickly flew out and grabbed at Fang Yuan's head. The giant hand was about to pluck Fang Yuan's luck, but at the next moment, cooking luck pot showed itself. It shook fiercely as it blocked the giant hand. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used another move. The golden hand was reinforced and strengthened greatly. But as it tried to pluck with more force, cooking luck pot's retaliation became even stronger, even directly flicking away the giant hand. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable already knew Fang Yuan had cooking luck pot and that it was quite strong. But this attempt still shocked him. How many rank 8 Immortal GU did he use to raise cooking luck pot to this level? Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was feeling troubled right now. With the protection of such a strong cooking luck pot, most of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path methods were useless against Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, the reason GU Immortals could hardly fight Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was because it was difficult for them to guard against Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path methods. Once Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked their luck, they had few methods to block it, and there was furthermore a low chance of blocking it. But Fang Yuan's situation was different. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2204 Two Venerables vs Fang Yuan Double Chapter. Chapter 2204 Two Venerables vs Fang Yuan Double Chapter. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attacks were blocked. Fang Yuan took the chance to counterattack, but at this time, a ray of starlight landed on Fang Yuan's forehead with an incredible speed. Fang Yuan's head leaned back slightly from the attack. Seeing his defensive methods weakened by 30%, he quickly moved away. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew over and coordinated with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to pincer attack Fang Yuan. At this moment, Fang Yuan was facing the attacks of two Venerables. All the Immortals were tongue-tied. No matter how strong Fang Yuan was and how much reputation he had, was he worthy of being targeted by two Venerables? But thinking about it carefully, the Immortals understood why. After all, among all the pseudo-Venerables, Fang Yuan possessed the greatest threat. Besides Fang Yuan's main body, Qi Si Ancestor and Zhan Bu Du were also Fang Yuan's clones. Thus, he also had the largest force here. And the seemingly lone demon Immortal Qi Ju had already made a secret deal with Fang Yuan back during the pursuit battle against him. They had cooperated for a long time. With the sharp increase in pressure, Fang Yuan prioritized on evading. He defended against the two Venerables' attacks while shouting to Paradise Earth and the other Immortals, "We must join hands and unite. Otherwise, with the eternal life research results right in front of us, the two Venerables will not let you gain benefits easily. They will definitely kill us first." Without much hesitation, Shen Shang, Paradise Earth, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and others agreed, attacking one after the other. It was just that their efforts could not lift the pressure off Fang Yuan. In Star Constellation chessboard formation, the Heavenly Court GU Immortals tied down the pseudo-Venerables even if they had to sacrifice their lives. Fang Yuan was beginning to flee everywhere, falling into a passive state. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly mobilized Star Constellation chessboard formation to slow down Fang Yuan's flying speed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took the chance to attack. A ray of golden light shot out from his hand. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time and was illuminated by the golden light. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan had to activate his renowned defensive method. A long robe appeared on him. This long robe had wide sleeves. It was white like snow. On the surface of the robe, there was slow-flowing water. It was the same appearance as reverse flow river earlier. Not just that, the surface of the long robe had faint mist surrounding it. There was also a strip of light that was deep azure. It was curvy and wavy, resembling a long sash. It coiled around Fang Yuan's arms, the back of his neck, and around his waist again. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was outstanding. It immediately reflected Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's golden light and the flying stars that followed closely behind. Fang Yuan finally gained a slight respite, but he did not dare to relax. His hands opened wide. His left hand released 5-colored smoke. It was 5 restriction profound light chi. His right hand pressed down towards the starry paths, activating a sinister and baleful compound killer move, Rotting Poisonous Dark Ash. This move contained the profundity of Wood Path, Poison Path, Dark Path, and Fire Path. It could corrode everything and destroy their internal structure. As time passes, its damage would become even fiercer. Even when this killer move was cancelled, there would still be continuous corrosion, but the corrosion would become weaker. Fang Yuan had once tried this move on an immemorial year beast. He had stopped this killer move in just a few breaths of time. But the struck immemorial year beast cried miserably for 3 days and 3 nights before it finally turned into a pile of rotten gray ash. Fang Yuan blew it away with just a light breath. Fang Yuan was not using this move to target star constellation Immortal Venerable or giant sun Immortal Venerable. He was targeting this star constellation chessboard formation. He must first destroy this formation. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. On the other side, Paradise Earth activated his killer move again. He had the same intention as Fang Yuan. Great minds thought alike, he wanted to first dismantle this formation as well. The Heaven Path Killer Move's power was beyond ordinary. Everywhere it went, starry paths vanished and starlight dissipated, restoring it to the original void. Paradise Earth, star constellation Immortal Venerable frowned as she threw out numerous stars. Most of them still targeted Fang Yuan, but a small portion attacked Paradise Earth. Even though Paradise Earth only had pseudo-venerable cultivation, he had converted to Heaven Path. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was unable to ascertain his methods for the moment, so she had to be on alert against him. Star constellation Immortal Venerable controlled the whole situation and was always calm. As long as there was something odd, she would suppress it immediately. With star constellation Immortal Venerable targeting him, Paradise Earth also had to be on guard. This reverse flow protection seal is indeed difficult to deal with, but Fang Yuan, how long can you hold on for? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used powerful killer moves one after the other. These killer moves were all reflected back, but reverse flow river's water level also fell sharply. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was renowned all over the world. It was not that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had not prepared for it. It was just that he had not personally dealt with Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal, and after Fang Yuan modified it later, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could only choose the method of consuming it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. With a shift of her mind, starry paths shook. A grand rank 8 Immortal GU house followed the starry paths and entered the battlefield. It was Divine Emperor City. Inside Divine Emperor City, Genesis Lotus, Will was solemn as he activated a method that he had prepared for a long while. Painting Path Killer Move, Scenic Portrait. Instantly, Fang Yuan's portrait appeared inside Divine Emperor City's painting world. Fang Yuan's portrait stood in front of Genesis Lotus, Will. He was motionless with his eyes closed, he had no expressions. After Genesis Lotus, Will used this killer move, his form began to turn unstable. He clenched his teeth as he activated another painting path killer move called Ink Slicing Thread. Thin lines of ink suddenly flew out of the hands of Genesis Lotus, Will. They started slicing the cheeks of Fang Yuan's portrait. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan, who was fighting Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, suddenly shook. His left cheek was cut. The injury was a thin line from which black ink flowed out from. What's going on? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, and almost immediately, his sharp gaze fell on Divine Emperor City. This is a painting path method. It is definitely Divine Emperor City's doing and very likely involves Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. He was right. Star constellation Immortal Venerable planned before taking action. Since she could prepare the killer move Luck Gamble against Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, she would not neglect Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan had not used reverse flow protection seal for a long time, it did not mean he had no way of using it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's plan would never forget Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. The killer move Scenic Portrait was already created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Later, Star constellation Immortal Venerable worked together with Genesis Lotus, Will to modify it, to target Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan had just stabilized his footing with the help of reverse flow protection seal when Star constellation Immortal Venerable used this method. Reverse flow river could essentially reflect everything. However, reverse flow protection seal was created by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had almost no understanding of painting path, his attainment level in it was blank. Fang Yuan was aware of this flaw, so he had already gathered some painting path mortal GU. However, it was far out of its depth against a painting path method at this level. As such, Fang Yuan was hit by the killer move Scenic Portrait. This was also the reason why most venerables cultivated two paths. Star constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path and Star Path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable cultivated Wood Path and Painting Path. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable cultivated Luck Path and Blood Path. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cultivated Earth Path and Heaven Path. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable cultivated Transformation Path and Strength Path, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable cultivated Theft Path and Space Path. Venerables often cultivated one main path and one specialty path. The first path would be the primary one which could be widely spread. The other path would be kept secretive and mysterious, information about it would be sealed tight. For instance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path as the primary, with Star Path as her specialty. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable cultivated Wood Path as the primary, with Painting Path as his specialty. Fang Yuan's current situation showed the advantage of doing this. Fang Yuan could reflect Wood Path methods, but he was a stranger to Painting Path, so Painting Path methods were effective on him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's situation was slightly special. He had planned to take Blood Path as the primary, and Luck Path as his specialty. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created Luck Path when he was alive. He was the only one to possess Luck Path. Thus, he kept Luck Path a secret, but to help Fang Yuan and his ambitions, he left a portion of the Luck Path True Inheritance in 88 Truyong Building and with Langya Land Spirit. After he died, he tried all ways to use his clone to create Blood Path. He had planned to make Blood Path the most common path, thus the Blood Sea clone spread Blood Path everywhere. He wanted to get the help of others to help him perfect and promote Blood Path. Inside Divine Emperor City, Genesis Lotus will used another Painting Path killer move, Brush Stroke. A painting brush swept past Fang Yuan's portrait, leaving ink traces wherever it brushed. At the same time, ink-black injuries appeared on Fang Yuan's body. The injuries deepened quickly. Compound killer move, Man as before. Fang Yuan activated a killer move again to heal himself constantly. But with this, he had no choice but to cancel the Rotting Poisonous Dark Ash killer move, which only left 5 restriction Profound Light Chi for his counterattack. Simultaneously activating multiple killer moves did not surpass Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path limits. But Fang Yuan had to leave some capacity for thinking to deal with any sudden event. Otherwise, once an unexpected situation occurred, and Fang Yuan's reaction was slightly late, it would give the enemy an opportunity. After all, his enemies were venerables, they were not the likes of Qin Dingling and Bing Sai Chuan. Moreover, these two venerables had allied. Pressure, immense pressure that was like a mountain pressed down endlessly on Fang Yuan, it would not stop until it killed him. Fang Yuan was in a disadvantage all along, his situation continued to be more troublesome. This was the hardest battle of his life. Comparatively, the battle in the Fate War was not so heated. Fang Yuan is in danger. Paradise Earth and the others wanted to help, but were always blocked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The two Venerables' attacks were concentrated on Fang Yuan, they only used the remaining small portion of energy to block the other pseudo-Venerables. Finally, Fang Yuan's reverse flow river was expended, he had no choice but to cancel this move. Without the obstruction of this move, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable laughed as he activated an already prepared killer move. The killer move was formless, Fang Yuan was instantly hit. Sovereign Immortal Aperture shook violently, lightning flashed as tribulation clouds gathered. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. Fang Yuan, the core of this move is Calamity Luck Altar, it can change fortune to misfortune. Your Sovereign Immortal Aperture has too many resources, and it has developed extremely well. How large of a tribulation will form once such a deep fortune turns into calamity? Fang Yuan's expression changed. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Northern Plains. Sacred Eagle City. Tribulation clouds billowed. At the previous moment, it was still a scene of blue skies and white clouds, now the world had turned dark. What's going on? The residents of the city looked at the sky. Shortly afterwards, noisy sounds rose from Sacred Eagle City. Tribulation clouds, there are tribulation clouds again. What is happening? Quick, go ask the city lord for help. The city residents were terrified and panicked as they ran towards the city lord manor. Sacred Eagle City's residents were mostly humans who came from the former Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. In this life, Fang Yuan had secretly accelerated Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's calamities and tribulations to subdue it. This caused tribulation clouds to cover the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, creating a huge number of casualties. These residents had such a painful experience, so when they saw the tribulation clouds that was almost the same as in their memory, they immediately acted like spooked cats, screaming and fleeing madly. Inside the City Lord Manor, a Transformation Path Rank 7 GU Immortal looked at the sky, a bitter expression was on his face too. He was the recently promoted Sacred Eagle City Lord. He was originally only at rank 6, but he received Fang Yuan's help, and his cultivation advanced to rank 7. After accepting a mission, he became this Sacred Eagle City's City Lord. This tribulation is so huge, Sacred Eagle City only has 3 GU immortals. We might not be able to stop it, it is better to ask for reinforcements from Triple Sacred Mountain. Sacred Eagle City Lord immediately sent a request for reinforcements. Triple Sacred Mountain was the center of many northern plains, it was the gathering area of snowmen, and was the most developed area. It was looked after by Fang Yuan's fiancé, Shui. Different from the 5 regions, humans lived peacefully with other variant humans the inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture, helping each other without any discrimination. Sacred Eagle City's residents were very isolated and ignorant. When they first moved into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, they were helped extensively by Shui and the snowmen, so they had good feelings towards the snowmen. As for Sacred Eagle City's GU immortals who came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, these GU immortals were also vastly different from the 5 regions' GU immortals in regards to their philosophy of life. They took the duty of protecting mortals as their glory. Adding on Fang Yuan's rule and management, all the races in Sovereign Immortal Aperture lived unitedly. The human Sacred Eagle City Lord did not have any mental barrier in asking for reinforcements from the snowmen. At the same time, he had a lot of faith in Fairy Shui's help. Mini Western Desert. An enormous pitch-black city was standing in the depths of the desert. It was Inkman City. Inkman City Lord Mo Tansang's cultivation had also advanced to rank 7. He had around 8 GU immortals under him, but they were just rank 6. The scale of this tribulation is so huge, its power will definitely be unprecedented. Mo Tansang's expression was solemn, he felt heavy pressure. He reacted almost immediately and sent out commands. 2 GU immortals were dispatched to maintain the security and prevent the residents from taking vicious actions, like rioting or stampeding. Additionally, 4 GU immortals were dispatched out of the city to look after White Steel Bowl Valley, Rotten Swamp, hibiscus trees, and other resource points. If the situation became urgent, these GU immortals could immediately retrieve as many of these resources as possible and temporarily place them in Inkman City's storage. Mo Tansang's status was similar to Shui's. He was almost like the person in charge of Mini Western Desert, he governed not only Inkman City, but also many other locations. Mini Blue Heaven. A grand city was on a continent above cloud soil. In the heart of the city was a mountain-like hall made from a star snail. This hall was in uproar at this moment. A rank 8 elderly man was sitting inside solemnly as he listened to the reports from various GU immortals. He was the old combat beast king, he was appointed as Star Collection City Lord by Fang Yuan and was in charge of overseeing the internal affairs of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This tribulation is too sudden. It is even more terrifying than the one in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, it is much larger and covers the whole Sovereign Immortal Aperture. City Lord, what should we do? Master has taken away almost all the rank 8 GU immortals and the strong rank 7s for the fight at this time. Although most of them have revived, they are at GU Master level. Our manpower is too few, how do we deal with such a tribulation? Even if there were no casualties, could we deal with such a tribulation by combining our strength? That is impossible, only an existence like Master can protect our home from such a tribulation. Combat Beast King raised his hand, the hall gradually quietened. Master is wise and mighty, he will definitely make a move when he should. But right now, we should remember our responsibility, to protect our home. Even if we die, it cannot crumble our will. Everyone, this is a difficult test, Master is watching us, our clansmen are watching us. As GU immortals, if we cannot protect them, if we are afraid of dying, how can we raise our heads in pride later on? We are willing to fight with all our strength. The GU immortals shouted together with surging morale. Death was not terrifying, even if they died, they could revive through human sea. The terrifying thing was escaping in the face of danger and leaving a bad impression on Fang Yuan. There was no doubt that Fang Yuan's will was paramount in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, he ruled everything. In Crazed Demon Cave, dazzling and vast golden light flowed like a sea wave. Fang Yuan retreated rapidly with a solemn expression. He no longer had reverse flow protection seal. Facing the 2 venerables, his situation was perilous, almost like walking on a steel rope between cliffs. What was even worse was the trouble in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This is a method of all living beings' luck. Fang Yuan looked at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable with a malevolent killing intent. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's gaze was eerie, he observed the tribulation aura on Fang Yuan's body becoming denser before he put his mind at rest. Fang Yuan possessed Cooking Luck Pot which could indeed stop most of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path methods, however, Fang Yuan still could not compare to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in terms of luck path foundation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed lightly. Fang Yuan, you have such talent and aptitude, I really don't want to kill you. It is such a pity that your character determined your outcome. I have to get rid of you. If you are really allowed to keep on developing, there will be a day when you comprehend all living beings' luck in heaven and earth luck through the self-luck true inheritance. It is much easier to get rid of you now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable appreciated Fang Yuan's talent, but was even more wary of him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable continued to attack while speaking. Fang Yuan was forced to retreat again and again. Although he had cooperated with Fang Yuan time and again, when they truly fought, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable seemed to be even happier than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to get rid of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn, his eyes shone sharply as he kept silent. He continuously activated all kinds of compound killer moves. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had never heard of or seen these killer moves before. Because of this, it was rather troublesome for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to deal with them. Fang Yuan relied on this to barely maintain his footing. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. I am getting more and more amazed by you. Such brilliant and numerous compound killer moves have really broadened my horizons. A pity, it is a pity that these killer moves are unsystematic. You still don't have your own combat system. But this is not your fault. I used close to 1,000 years to perfect my current combat system back then. Moreover, making a combat system is not just about time, it also needs plenty of worthy opponents to be created successfully. Fang Yuan, how many years have you lived even after adding up all your lives? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. While speaking, he inflicted another deep injury on Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan did not speak. Comparing foundation, he was indeed inferior to Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a smile on his face as he saw Fang Yuan's tribulation aura increasing by double in just a short while. You already felt it, right? The greatest profundity of my move lies in the number of calamities and tribulations. As many resource points, immortal GU immortals, desolate beasts, and so on as are there in the sovereign immortal aperture, there will be an equivalent number of calamities and tribulations. Those who are struck by this move need to resolve countless calamities and tribulations at the same time. Difficult, this is extremely difficult. Fang Yuan, I won't give you an opportunity to save yourself. Saying so, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked once again. His attacks were unceasing and majestic. Fang Yuan could only block them, and was unable to do anything to the sovereign immortal aperture. It was a scene of an abyss in the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini Central Continent, Flower Mist Extreme Marsh. Large meteorites dragged long tails as they smashed on the ground. Bam bam bam, the meteorites erupted and flames spread, burning the mist, marsh, and extreme marsh flowers around them. Only dry land was left behind. From the inferno, tall flame monsters stood up. As the flame monsters wreaked havoc, a GU immortal streaked across the sky. It was Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone, Wu Shuai. With a thought from Wu Shuai, ant groups flew out and fought with the flame monsters. Mini Southern Border. There was a downpour on the whole dark inkstone mine. The corrosive rain inflicted heavy damage on the dark inkstones. A Rockman GU immortal was stationed here. He used all his strength to activate his killer moves but could only protect a small part of the mine. Star Collection City was in chaos. Every resource point in the Mini 5 regions and Mini 9 heavens is being attacked by different types and scales of calamities and tribulations. The GU immortals on Firebird Mountain are requesting for reinforcements. Ghost fire is burning Pin Tree Snowfield. If we don't stop it on time, the ghost fire will destroy the whole snowfield. The Hairy Man continent is being bombarded by lightning. One of the cities is already drowned by a tsunami. A terrifying beast calamity has appeared in Mini Black Heaven. Thousands of green claw ghost-winged lions are hunting down soul beasts. Bad news came one after the other. Combat Beast King subconsciously clenched his fists. Despite already being prepared mentally, when the calamities and tribulations really broke out, the severity of the losses made him unable to maintain his calm for some time. But from start to finish, he maintained his solemn expression. At this time, when all the GU immortals were panicking, as their backbone, he could not panic. He sent out various commands. Star Collection City began to operate frantically. Manpower and resources were dispatched to every place as they began to deal with the calamities and tribulations. But there were too many calamities and tribulations. Not only was their range huge, they were of various types. Every calamity and tribulation needed to be dealt with using different methods. This was an extremely difficult challenge to the GU immortals stationed in the sovereign immortal aperture. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2205 Black Fire. Chapter 2205 Black Fire. News of the first GU Immortal to be heavily injured and near death arrived. Combat Beast King's heart immediately tensed, so quickly. His mood became even heavier. The more casualties the GU Immortals suffered, the lower the resistance the Sovereign Immortal Aperture could put up. If this continued until a certain extent, the situation would be irredeemable, like an unstoppable avalanche. Combat Beast King gritted his teeth. Send the orders, Mini Black Heaven does not need to be saved. Give up on rescuing any desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. We will protect the large cities first, second are the important resource points. How are the results of the Wisdom Path GU Immortals deductions? Star Collection City naturally had Wisdom Path GU Immortals. We have not even deduced half of them, there are too many calamities and tribulations. A Wisdom Path GU Immortal said with sweat all over his head. Take out whatever results you have to deal with this situation first. Combat Beast King almost stamped his foot. The results were soon obtained. Combat Beast King made the decision on the spot. Star Collection City began to mobilize GU Immortals. Oh, Wu Shuai was the first to receive this command. A strange expression flashed by his face before he slowly retreated. In the short while of his fight with the flame monsters, Flower Mist Extreme Marsh was already completely destroyed, while the majority of the flame monsters still remained. There were too many of them. Even though Wu Shuai used all his strength, he could only eradicate a small portion of them. These flame monsters' target was already destroyed, so their hostility gathered on Wu Shuai. Seeing Wu Shuai retreat, the flame monsters immediately chased after him. Wu Shuai led them to the west and met another GU Immortal midway. A group of Chi monsters were chasing after this GU Immortal. The two GU Immortals were in the center, but the flame monsters and Chi monsters fought with each other. It is feasible indeed. These calamities and tribulations are not formed naturally, but were created because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's killer move. Since they are only formed through luck path and is not controlled by heaven's will, they are like an army without a leader. We can use calamities and tribulations to deal with calamities and tribulations. Wu Shuai was slightly happy. This was the deduction result of the Wisdom Path GU Immortals. Some GU Immortals gathered acidic rain, while some GU Immortals directed the heavenly river towards the desert. Under such operations, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's situation finally eased. We have stabilized the situation. Combat Beast King let out a breath of air. In just a short period of time, his face was covered with sweat. Calamities and tribulations came too fiercely. If their reaction had been slightly slow, it might have resulted in destruction. Fortunately, they used every moment, seized the initiative, and stabilized the situation. But this was far from enough. Calamities and tribulations were still playing out in many places, those that could consume each other were only a small portion. The whole Sovereign Immortal Aperture was still being destroyed by calamities and tribulations, losses increased at every breath of time. The tribulation clouds above the Flower Mist Extreme Marsh have disappeared completely. Most of the tribulation clouds above the Pin Tree Snowfield have dissipated. The Dark Inkstone Mine is completely destroyed, but the tribulation clouds are also destroyed. Something is wrong. There is an abnormal situation. Reporting. Over 20 tribulation clouds all over the Mini 5 regions are showing identical changes. This is the earth-shaking heavenly light tribulation. Combat Beast King had just relaxed when he heard the devastating news. This is bad. His expression turned pale. From combining the information in the map of the Mini 5 regions in his mind, earth-shaking heavenly light tribulations were appearing in crucial areas. Bam bam bam. Yellowish-brown pillars of light shot out from tribulation clouds. The light pillars struck the ground and continued to pierce down into the ground. A large amount of tribulation clouds swarmed into the yellowish-brown light pillars. They suddenly lit up, and this light flowed down the light pillars into the depths of the ground. Boom. Explosions rang, the earth shook fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. Earth-shaking light pillars in the Mini 5 regions were continuing to exert power, earthquakes were becoming even more intense. Terrifying shockwaves continued to expand. Everywhere they passed by, earth shook, mountains crumbled, rivers changed courses, and seas roared. This luck path method targets the resources in the Immortal Aperture. Now that those resource points are destroyed or damaged heavily, earth veins became the conspicuous target. That's why there are so many earth-shaking heavenly light tribulations, they just happen to cover all the earth vein nodes and are seeking to destroy them. Wu Shuai's face was cold as ice. Although these calamities and tribulations triggered by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have heaven's will to control the overall situation, there would be this kind of change at the later part. It greatly made up for the lack of commands. However, you think the earth veins we constructed painstakingly can be destroyed so easily? Wu Shuai sneered, activating a formation. Earth vein formation was activated, thick and grand aura spread rapidly. The powerful tremors underground were forcefully suppressed. Next, the GU Immortals dispatched by Star Collection City reached the tribulation areas, and began attacking earth-shaking heavenly light pillars. The huge heavenly light pillars began to break down one after the other. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's GU Immortals coordinated to get past this difficulty. The tribulation clouds changed again. This time, they formed beast calamities in various areas. Immemorial desolate beast-level golden steel earth rats emerged from everywhere and besieged the earth vein nodes. 7 to 8 earth vein nodes were destroyed before these golden steel earth rats were eradicated. A small portion of the earth rats were enslaved by Wu Shuai. Tribulation clouds changed again, but they were still targeting earth veins. The Immortals defended the earth veins strongly using all their strength, they cooperated tightly. Although earth vein nodes continued to decrease in number, the situation was turning for the better. The calamities and tribulations were of all kinds, but their targets were still earth veins. This was a controllable factor, which brought a lot of convenience to the Immortals. Over 10 or so calamities and tribulations targeted earth veins, but after they were repelled by the Immortals, the tribulation clouds that covered the whole Sovereign Immortal Aperture had mostly disappeared. However, when the Immortals thought the tribulations had finally passed, an aura that made the hearts of all living beings in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture shake appeared all of a sudden. At first, this aura was extremely small. But soon, the aura grew rapidly in the deepest part of the tribulation clouds. Amidst the Immortals' puzzled and terrified gazes, a fire burned in the depths of the tribulation clouds. The fire was black. The black fire had just appeared, when it burned all the remaining stubborn tribulation clouds. The black fire grew rapidly, and started falling down. Wherever it passed by, be it ground or the air, they were all burned into nothingness. The Immortals breathed in sharply. The power of the black fire was horrifying, it was like the nemesis of all existences. Isn't this black fire like the one in the Dragon Whale Grotto heaven? It actually appeared here. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is truly formidable. Wu Shuai's heart jumped. Even an expert like him felt extreme threat from the black fire. There was nothing else to say. The Immortals used their methods to defend against the black fire. However, all the methods were of no use. Even when Fairy Meow Yin and Lady White Rabbit used all their strength, they could only extinguish a little of the black fire. Moreover, once the black fire was destroyed to a certain extent, it would change form, transforming into black water, black lightning, and so on, killing many GU Immortals who were caught off guard. At the crucial moment, He Chun Chu took action. Don't panic. The main body also expected this scene, and taught me a countermeasure. He Chun Chu said as he activated a human path formation. The human path formation had the thousand wish tree, and also the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. Bam bam bam, lumps of white light flew out from the formation. These lumps of light were extremely large, they flew everywhere in the mini 5 regions. As long as the black fire spread, the white light would pounce on it. The black fire was quickly dissipating, it changed its form again. But no matter what form it took, it was still continuing to be extinguished by the white light. The white light's effect was excellent, but the black fire continued to gather and grow. It will be really dangerous if this continues. Human path killer moves are effective, but they cannot compare to the black fire's growth. What should we do? The Immortals panicked. Oh no, black fire has appeared on Danghun Mountain and Luokou Valley. The earth vein formation is also being burned. The situation worsened rapidly. He Chun Chu, Wu Shuai, and the rest were pale. The situation was out of control. The human path formation left behind by Fang Yuan was also implicated. What to do? These GU Immortals had already tried their best, but they could do nothing. They could only depend on Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's main body was continuing to dodge, his whole body was bathed in blood, his hair were disheveled, and his arm was broken. He was in a miserable state. He simply could not counterattack and gain any initiative against the two Venerables. 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi was forced to stop. One phrase could be used to describe the current Fang Yuan, hanging on to his last breath. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's methods were truly terrifying and dealt with Fang Yuan's methods by destroying their foundation. The GU Immortals left behind to guard the Sovereign Immortal Aperture could do nothing more, their only hope lay with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan did not have such an opportunity. The two Venerables attacked like a storm, arriving one after another, not giving him the chance to catch a breather. I must resolve the black fire. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth. If he ignored the black fire, his sovereign immortal aperture would be as good as destroyed. Immortal killer move, Hu elevation. Suddenly, a Chi path killer move descended, temporarily blocking a Venerable. Chi Si clone had made his move, he was finally freed from the shackles. Here I come, Zon Bu Du roared. He was freed from the responsibility of protecting Chi Si, he rampaged and fought his way to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's main body took the chance to retreat. Immortal killer move, Humanly Flame Smoke. He activated his method to save the human path formation first. Then, he coordinated with the human path formation to deal with the black fire that was scattered everywhere. Burning white flames shrouded the black fire, and started tearing it apart. The main body's abilities were indeed extraordinary, the black fire's growth was immediately impeded. However, Zon Bu Du and Chi Si ancestor were being beaten back. Paradise Earth. Fang Yuan retreated towards Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth took a deep breath, as he activated Heavenly Web Protection Veil once again. With his help, Fang Yuan obtained a brief respite. When the two Venerables broke the Heavenly Web, Zon Bu Du and Chi Si ancestor arrived to reinforce him. The battle had lasted until now, but the two Venerables were unable to take Fang Yuan's life. Both frowned. Crazed demon formation was shrinking rapidly, the limit on the Venerables was being released. Their attacks became increasingly terrifying, Fang Yuan could only flee miserably. Immortal Gu House, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Fang Yuan hid inside the Immortal Gu House and activated a killer move. This move used ability Gu as the core, it had the effect of absorbing the black fire. The deadlock inside the sovereign immortal aperture finally began turning for the better. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress protected Fang Yuan for a while before it was broken by the combined strength of the two Venerables. Die. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly used a vicious killer move. Protect me. Fang Yuan cried out in alarm, he was unable to dodge in time. At the crucial moment, Zon Bu Du flew over and used his body to block the killer move. Boom! A huge explosion rang, Zon Bu Du was torn into pieces, dying immediately. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2206 Fighting Over Eternal Life. Chapter 2206, Fighting Over Eternal Life. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched, the other pseudo-venerables' hearts sank heavily. On the contrary, the morale of Heavenly Court's immortals surged. Fang Yuan lost Zon Bu Du, one of his main clones. Zon Bu Du's immortal aperture was also quickly absorbed by the crazed demon formation. But fortunately, under the control of Zon Bu Du's will, his various immortal Gu were sent in time to treasure Yellow Heaven. However, black fire was still wreaking havoc in the sovereign immortal aperture. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked once again. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth as he ordered the Chi Si clone to block the calamity. Chi Si clone did not have tough body like Zon Bu Du, his death was certain against Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attack. But Fang Yuan could only choose to sacrifice this clone to protect himself. However, at the next moment, starry paths shook and twisted, forming an azure sphere that trapped Chi Si ancestor. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was caught unprepared, his killer move bombarded the starry path sphere and destroyed it instantly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable turned around to look at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the latter heaved a sigh. Lu Wei Yin and the rest spirits shook. This was the first lapse in the cooperation of the two Venerables. This was really fortunate, Chi Si clone managed to escape death. He continued to protect Fang Yuan by his side. The situation in the sovereign immortal aperture had only turned slightly better. As long as Fang Yuan let go of his control by even a slight bit, the situation would erupt again, and the whole immortal aperture would face destruction. A huge sound rang as the void shook. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer disappeared completely, the final merged great world turned into nothingness, and countless living beings became sacrificial offerings. The door of life and death with the immortal graveyard flew away, they were stored by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in her immortal aperture. Crazed Demon Cave had a total of 9 layers. The first 7 layers were swept clean by Fang Yuan, the 8th layer was completely gone, only the final 9th layer remained. And in the Crazed Demon formation in the center of the 9th layer, only the final truthful floating ice piece remained. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics were on the floating ice, they were activating practice GU together, like they were carving the final part. Seeing this scene, the immortals felt their minds shake, while Fang Yuan silently let out a sigh of relief. The danger had passed. He had finally passed the most difficult time. Indeed, Like Fang Yuan expected, star constellation Immortal Venerable and giant sun Immortal Venerable did not attack him anymore. Both stopped on their spots, looking at each other. The atmosphere changed subtly. The two venerables had allied to get rid of the pseudo-venerables. But Fang Yuan used every method he could to hold on to his last breath. The venerables' plan had failed. Right now, the eternal life research results were already close to completion. The most important thing now was to seize these results. Whoever tangled with those pseudo-venerables would be giving the other venerable a chance. Success, we succeeded. The three eccentrics slumped on the ground, shouting hoarsely and excitedly. Immortal killer move, luck gamble. The two venerables' stalemate lasted for a while, when Qin Dingling came out of the starry paths. She used the killer move once again, targeting giant sun Immortal Venerable. Almost at the same time, Golden Hooped Great Immortal appeared again, using his golden hoop to trap giant sun Immortal Venerable. Compared to giant sun Immortal Venerable, star constellation Immortal Venerable clearly held the upper hand. As long as giant sun Immortal Venerable was struck by these methods, his combat system's foundation would be hit, and he would fall into a disadvantage. Even if he were to not be hit, he would have to slow down for a while to deal with Qin Dingling and Golden Hooped Great Immortal. With just those few minutes of advantage, star constellation Immortal Venerable might be able to last until the end and seize the eternal life research results. However, right at this time, giant sun Immortal Venerable smiled. Star constellation, you have good methods, but you seem to have forgotten something. At the next moment, a rank 8 Immortal GU house suddenly shone brightly. Most of the void in the 9th layer was filled with this light. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. This Immortal GU house was already placed in the crazed demon formation by giant sun Immortal Venerable. Giant sun Immortal Venerable had used this to break out of the trap. Fang Yuan and others had also escaped alongside him. From that moment onwards, this Immortal GU house had been comprehending the crazed demon formation's workings until it was shaken off. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was not a piece of truthful floating ice after all. After it was thrown out, it hid deeply, and even star constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have failed to sense it. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was not simple, it had comprehended crazed demon formation's workings and was compatible with this world. Right now, it was activated by giant sun Immortal Venerable. It immediately affected the crazed demon formation and caused unrest in limitless chains. The star constellation chessboard formation that star constellation Immortal Venerable arranged had forcefully merged with limitless chains and also restrained the various pseudo-venerables, including Fang Yuan. It was already at its limits. Right now, giant sun Immortal Venerable suddenly made his move, allowing the chains of limitless to break free from the starry paths, thus causing the whole star constellation chessboard formation to collapse. Goo! Star constellation Immortal Venerable coughed out blood. She had suffered a terrifying backlash. Using this chance, giant sun Immortal Venerable rushed forward, rapidly closing the distance between him and the crazed demon formation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not have time to heal her injuries. She took out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth once again. This secluded domain was like a lantern and also like a bird cage. Star constellation Immortal Venerable aimed the lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth at giant sun Immortal Venerable's back and shook it lightly. Giant sun Immortal Venerable was immediately disturbed by immense emotions. His speed fell sharply. Starlight specks shot out around star constellation Immortal Venerable as she gave chase. Bam bam bam. The two venerables fought, storms blew from the aftershock, the world shook intensely. Fortunately, this was the void, otherwise, nothing would be left. The two venerables held each other back, reaching that final mountain-like large truthful floating ice at almost the same time. The two venerables suddenly stopped, their expressions were strange. Pang Shan of the three eccentrics woke up at this time. He was extremely fat before, but was now skinny, as if all his essence had been drained. What happened? Why are there still no eternal life results? We were just a little short. But we don't have any strength left. Pang Shan's gaze was dim, he was not in the right condition. He seemed to have become crazy, murmuring to himself. His voice awakened the other two immortals. Secret Schemer's expression was unsightly. He was slumped on the ground, and was barely able to cup his fists towards the two venerables. Venerables, the eternal life research results are just lacking a step, no, half a step. As long as either of you activate practice GU for a little while, this truthful floating ice will be carved successfully. The two venerables were silent. This final truthful floating ice was not a small matter. Whoever went in would not be able to come out for some time. If they wanted to come out, they needed to completely carve this truthful floating ice. But was it that easy? The 8th layer was destroyed, there were no more great worlds to provide fuel and clues to the crazed demon formation. That was to say, they needed to contribute their own strength to carve this truthful floating ice. The contribution amount was very crucial. If they needed to contribute too much, even if the Venerable who entered the truthful floating ice held the lead, their battle strength would fall. Finally, they might play into the hands of the other Venerable who was in a perfect state. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, they both had scruples. They stood silently for some time. On the other side, the fight between the Pseudo-Venerables and Heavenly Court GU Immortals was still continuing. Duke Tong, don't you like stopping me? Demon Immortal Chi Ju smiled fiercely as he pointed with his finger. Boom boom boom, Chi spheres burst, Duke Tong exploded into pieces with not even a bone remaining. Endless spears, Che Wei shouted, countless spears shot out from around him like a dense forest. Lu Wei Yin charged through the spear forest and grabbed. A yellowish-brown giant hand flew out and grabbed Che Wei. Without star constellation chessboard formation, even if you have unparalleled talent, how can you block me? Lu Wei Yin sighed. The yellowish-brown giant hand clenched, forcefully pressing Che Wei into meat paste. The Heavenly Court GU Immortals were inferior to the Pseudo-Venerables after all. Previously, even inside star constellation chessboard formation, these Heavenly Court GU Immortals were hard-pressed to block the Pseudo-Venerables, they died constantly on the battlefield. They relied on the Immortal Graveyard to revive and participate in the battle again, balancing their weak battle strength. Now, without star constellation chessboard formation and star constellation Immortal Venerable to control the overall situation, these Heavenly Court GU Immortals immediately got outmatched. They were slaughtered one after the other, unable to block the Pseudo-Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly when she saw this, immediately making a move to help. How could Giant Sun Immortal Venerable let go of this chance? He immediately acted to block Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The two Venerables fought once again. Both Venerables had equal strength. Using the brief respite, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable opened his immortal aperture and let out Calamity Luck Altar. At the same time, he transmitted his voice, Bing Sai Chuan, go. Calamity Luck Altar quickly charged towards the truthful floating ice. Bing Sai Chuan received Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's command and flew into it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted as she shook the lantern again. Calamity Luck Altar's movement stopped immediately. Bing Sai Chuan, who was in charge of Calamity Luck Altar, suddenly grasped his chest. He knelt down and started crying. He blamed himself endlessly, sobbing, "It is all my fault, it is all my fault. I am wrong, I am to blame. If I was slightly stronger, I could have assisted Master in defeating Heavenly Court and obtaining the Eternal Life research results. What is the point of my life? I have let down Master. Sob sob sob, I should just die." Saying so, Bing Sai Chuan actually activated a killer move to kill himself. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed. He endured Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks while summoning Calamity Luck Altar to his side. Golden light flowed and entered Bing Sai Chuan's body and mind. With Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's help, Bing Sai Chuan broke free from the guilty emotions. His head was covered in cold sweat. He felt lingering fear. If not for Master, I would have killed myself. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. Master has been enduring such terrifying emotional torture all along. As he thought of this, fear rose in Bing Sai Chuan's heart. His face was pale as he slumped on the ground, his body shivering intensely. He opened his mouth and breathed heavily, but still felt suffocation. His heart was filled with fear, he was scaring himself to death. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took action and saved Bing Sai Chuan once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. She got a hold of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's weakness. She also bullied him for not having an excellent method to revive his subordinates. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to avoid colliding with her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable opened her immortal aperture, letting out Qin Ding Ling and the other immortals. These GU immortals were killed by Lu Wei Yin's group, but had revived shortly after in the immortal graveyard. The moment these people exited Star Constellation's immortal aperture, they spread out and flew towards the truthful floating ice. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2207 Limitless Revival. Chapter 2207 Limitless Revival. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable coldly activated various methods and killed all these Heavenly Court members. The two venerables held each other back, exchanging moves one after the other, not letting the other's subordinates enter the truthful floating ice. The situation was at a deadlock once again. While the battle continued, a figure suddenly closed in on the truthful floating ice. It was Shen Shang, seeking death. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shouted, golden light shooting out of his eyes. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also attacked Shen Shang at the same time. Shen Shang shouted and quickly retreated. Paradise Earth and Lu Weiyin used all their strength to protect him. The two venerables' attacks broke past layers of defense and reached Shen Shang. Shen Shang cried out, fainting immediately from the attacks. His injuries were so terrifying that he was only lingering on a single breath. After fighting for so long, the two venerables were filled with anger, and also knew the limits of the strength they could use now. Shen Shang's attempt triggered the two venerables' nerves. He was immediately attacked by both venerables. Shen Shang's miserable state caused the pseudo-venerables to feel their hearts shaking. The two venerables used action to tell them that if they wanted to fish for profits right under their eyes, this would be their outcome. The situation continued to be at a deadlock. The two venerables held each other back, their attention focused on each other, letting the pseudo-venerables watch from the sidelines. And it was an extravagant wish for the pseudo-venerables to try to charge into the truthful floating ice. Once they showed any movements, they would be attacked by both venerables. After Shen Shang's attempt, Paradise Earth, Qi Ju, and others tried to grab onto opportunities during the fight between the venerables, but it was all in vain. Lu Weiyin was heavily injured, while Paradise Earth was lightly injured and was panting heavily. Soon, Shen Shang woke up. His injuries were severe and were difficult to heal in a short period of time. When Demon Immortal Qi Ju noticed something wrong, he immediately retreated and gave up on the chance. Thus, his condition was quite good. As for Fang Yuan, he did not make many moves. He just observed the fight while saving his aperture. He had finally resolved the black fire. But he paid an astronomical price. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, every large and small resource point was damaged. Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley were burned by black fire. They were in a ruined state. Many immortal GU were also destroyed by the black fire. Even more GU immortals died. 60% of the GU immortals were dead, including the old combat beast king. Fang Yuan was almost back to his original state due to this tribulation. His foundation had fallen by 70 to 80%. Only 20% of my immortal essence is remaining. Fang Yuan inwardly calculated. He had time path methods to accelerate the immortal essence production as well as the help of heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, but his expenditure was too huge. Let alone the immortal essence expenditure when constructing resource points and refining immortal GU, just the repeated large battles caused the immortal essence reserves to fall sharply. Fang Yuan's calculations were of no use, he had no room to save them. Using just 20% of his immortal essence to face the two venerables who were in their optimum states was extremely dangerous. Boom boom boom. The two venerables attacked. The power of their killer moves continued to increase, surpassing the previous limit. The crazed demon formation was continuing to operate. Limitless's chains emerged out of thin air and shot towards the two venerables. The two venerables blocked Limitless chains, while attacking even more fiercely. At first, the two venerables were rather restrained. But as the stalemate continued, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable broke the limit and triggered Limitless chains. He defended against the chains while attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, quickly gaining the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was forced to raise the power of her killer move as well to deal with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Like this, she also provoked the attacks of Limitless chains. The situation was gradually going out of control. The two venerables fought and competed fiercely with each other, gradually using stronger killer moves. At first, there were only hundreds of chains, but soon, the number increased by several times as they mixed into the venerables' fight. The pseudo-venerables had to retreat again and again, almost forced to the edge of the 9th layer. The two venerables are really going all out. No, more accurately speaking, they have no way to hold back. Even though they are aware that this is not optimal, they cannot do anything about it. The vicious competition has already started. What should we do? We won't be able to hold on for long if this continues. So this is a venerable's true strength. As pseudo-venerables don't even have the qualifications to observe the battle closely. These pseudo-venerables conversed. Paradise Earth looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, do you have a good plan? Fang Yuan's face was pale, his aura was extremely weak. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, a change occurred right at this moment. The two Venerables' killer moves collided and exploded, but the leftover power of the moves hit the truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was heavily damaged. Crack, crack, countless cracks appeared on the floating ice. The three eccentrics were also heavily injured. Pang Shan even died immediately. Floating ice, the floating ice. Secret schemer coughed blood, but was still shouting in worry. His face was twisted, there was not even a slight bearing of a wisdom path. "Gu Immortal. What are you doing? You idiots. These are the eternal life research results, we just need a person to continue activating practice Gu. But you are actually destroying it." Not Immortal hit his chest and stamped his foot, scolding and pointing at the two Venerables. He had fallen into a hysterical frenzy. The pseudo-Venerable's expressions looked unsightly, but the two Venerables did not listen. The damage to the eternal life research results shook their hearts. But they could not stop. By now, the battle had come to such a state that whoever stopped would be suppressed by the other side, they would suffer a huge loss. The two Venerables had equal strength. Once one side suffered a huge loss, it would influence victory and defeat. The victory and defeat here was not just about eternal life research results, but also the overall situation of the 5 regions. Be it Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the winner would influence longevity heavens and heavenly court's prestige, even determining who the 5 regions would come under. Naturally, retreating might be an option too. But if one retreated, the other side would quickly interfere and obtain the eternal life research results. They could just send someone to complete the final step and obtain the eternal life research results. Thus, they could not retreat. Although some of the eternal life research results were destroyed, the main part was still there. But if they continued to fight like this without anyone willing to retreat, if they were unable to determine victory or defeat, the eternal life research results might really be completely destroyed. The two Venerables were naturally aware of this. But they could not step back. Even if everything was destroyed in the end and no one obtained it, it was still better than letting the enemy obtain it. Fang Yuan. Under such a situation, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly shouted, "Heavenly Court is our common enemy, lend me a hand, I will split the eternal life research results with you, just like primordial domain." The Immortals were astonished. Not long ago, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been trying to kill Fang Yuan. But now, he actually took the initiative to request for an alliance. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was actually so shameless. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reacted immediately, shouting, "Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court always had the intention of recruiting you, we had tried to recruit you in the past. Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, why can't our sides join hands?" All the Immortals were astonished once again. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable acted like this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also did the same. Did all Venerables behave like this? But soon, the Immortals accepted this seemingly absurd fact. A Venerable's strength surpassed pseudo-Venerables, but Fang Yuan was different. Not long ago, the two Venerables had joined hands to attack him, but he held on to his last breath. Currently, the two Venerables were in a stalemate. Fang Yuan had enough strength to participate, whichever side he joined, the other side would immediately fall into a disadvantageous position. Just based on the current situation, a slight disadvantage might be enough to decide victory and defeat. Even if the Venerables still had spare strength and safety nets, if they could recruit Fang Yuan to get rid of the other side's trump cards, there would be no loss. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Venerables, you both have good plans. It is not impossible to get my help. But can you pay the price?" Fang Yuan had no fear. His aura had fallen to rock bottom, the tribulations had ruined his sovereign immortal aperture, but the situation was already different. No Venerable was foolish enough to find trouble with him, because it was not worth it. Even if the two Venerables joined hands again, Fang Yuan was not tied down by the black fire tribulation, he could hold on for some time. What's more, it was impossible for the two Venerables to join hands anymore. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable fell out with Fang Yuan, but he took the initiative to make up for it. It was because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was strong, and Fang Yuan was weak. The similar reason applied to the relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan. Despite Fang Yuan's and Heavenly Court's deep enmity, with the eternal life research results right in front, they could work together indeed. Why not? Fang Yuan was never a person who was blinded by emotions. But the falling out between the two Venerables could not be easily patched. They were extremely wary of each other. They would only work together if an even stronger force appeared, in which they believed it was more advantageous to do so. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. "Fang Yuan, I can give you all of my primordial domain." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable bid right after. I can also give all of my primordial domain to you. We can also transact my wisdom path true inheritance and Genesis Lotus, wood path true inheritance. Not only you, Fang Yuan, this invitation goes to Paradise Earth, Lu Wei Yin, Shen Shang, Qi Ju, and everyone as well. My heavenly court's bearing is known to all. I am willing to swear in the name of Star Constellation. Crack crack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had yet to finish speaking when everyone heard a crisp sound. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal stared at the truthful floating ice with wide eyes. Cracks spread and filled the truthful floating ice. Did that attack from earlier completely destroy this truthful floating ice? Not Immortal shouted while holding his head. The Immortals stared at the truthful floating ice. If the truthful floating ice broke down completely, what would they be fighting for? Bam! At the next moment, a soft sound rang. The truthful floating ice completely broke down, the crystal fragments flew everywhere before gradually dissipating. Only a human-shaped ice was left in the middle. The form and outline of this human-shaped ice were very vague at first. But in just a few breaths of time, it became lifelike. And in another few breaths of time, it was filled with flesh and blood. Finally, under the Immortal's stupefied gaze, the human-shaped ice turned into a Gu Immortal. Forever been the Tao-seeking crazed demon, looking up towards life, death, and the universe. Through a million years of planning and accumulation. On this day, Limitless achieves true eternal life. This Immortal recited and slowly opened his eyes. His expression was plain, but it shocked Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Paradise Earth. Limitless. Paradise Earth could not believe it. Limitless. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned tightly. Limitless Demon Venerable, how could you revive? This is impossible. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cried out involuntarily. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2208 True Eternal Life. Chapter 2208 True Eternal Life. The most shocked person was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She had penetrated incredibly deeply into Crazed Demon Cave and Limitless formation. Even after countless investigations, she did not notice that Limitless revival method was in this Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the same investigation results as her. Precisely so, the two Venerables fought so intensely earlier. But the truth was in front of them, Limitless Demon Venerable had actually managed to revive. Don't tell me, when the final piece of truthful floating ice was successfully carved, Limitless Demon Venerable revived and attained eternal life in one step. Fang Yuan was also shaken. Fang Yuan could also sense acutely that the current Limitless Demon Venerable's aura far surpassed the other two Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could feel this difference even more deeply. Facing Limitless Demon Venerable, they seemed to be up against towering mountains and vast oceans. This is not in line with historical records. Did Limitless Demon Venerable really surpass the Venerables and attain eternal life? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyes flickered with golden light. His current condition is extremely strange, his aura is so strong that even Master cannot compare to him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was shocked and suspicious. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at each other and moved at the same time, attacking Limitless Demon Venerable with fierce methods. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled lightly, chains flew around in a spiral, easily resolving the methods of the two Venerables. The two Venerables were shocked internally, but their fighting spirit soared. They launched even stronger killer moves in response. Limitless Demon Venerable only defended instead of attacking. Even after a few rounds of barraging, they did not manage to harm a hair of Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless let out a soft sound as he waved his hands. At once, space rippled. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable retreated immediately. Paradise Earth and Fang Yuan did not dare to linger either, they quickly dodged. At once, around 1,000 steps of Limitless Demon Venerable, other than Not Immortal and Secret Schemer, there was nobody else. Giant Sun had a grim expression. Star Constellation had a deep gaze that flickered with starlight. She seemed to be making deductions with her full strength. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled. I do not wish to be enemies with all of you. The fruit of eternal life has been obtained after 1,000,000 years, but I have not truly tested it yet. How do you want to test it? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked. Watch. Limitless Demon Venerable turned around slightly. All the immortals stared fixedly. At the original spot that Limitless Demon Venerable was in, a tiny hole appeared. Through this hole, the GU immortals could see a vast sea of chaos. It seemed like black, yet it was not black. It seemed like white, yet it was not white. If one said it was light, it would be light. If one said it was darkness, it would be darkness. Almost no descriptive word in the world could accurately describe it. Because chaos was just chaos after all. Chaos was the greatest calamity. You lunatic, you actually broke the world boundary again, aren't you afraid that the entire world will be destroyed? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable called out. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also added in with a solemn tone, Limitless, I know about your aspiration. But if you intend to go ahead with this and destroy the 5 regions and 2 heavens, even if I have to sacrifice my life alongside Heavenly Court, we will exterminate you. Both of you, calm down. The hole is not big, I merely want to test the result of this eternal life. Us Venerables are invincible in the world, yet we are plagued by tribulations that originate from this chaos. Of the Venerables here, who has not gotten injured from the chaos? Who has not suffered an ordeal because of it? Crazed Demon Cave has been active for 1,000,000 years, there is one most clear indicator if we want to know if the eternal life obtained is successful. Saying this, Limitless Demon Venerable extended his arm into the hole. The other Venerables and the various GU Immortals held their breaths subconsciously, staring at him fixedly. Limitless Demon Venerable did not activate any killer move, he was using his own body to do this experiment. He was simply too daring. Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would never attempt this. Even though they could last for some time in the chaos, that was the result of them using their full strength to defend their bodies. If they acted like Limitless Demon Venerable, who did not put up any defense, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be completely obliterated with just a slight touch of the chaos. Unless they managed to cut off the body part in time. Limitless Demon Venerable placed his arm in simply like this, after a while, he pulled back his arm. His arm was pitch black, it seemed like charcoal created after a tree was completely burnt. But when he clenched his arm, the black charcoal on the surface instantly vanished into thin air, exposing a slightly smaller arm. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's mouth was wide open as he said dejectedly, is this the true realm of eternal life? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself, I understand why I did not deduce it now. When you created Crazed Demon Cave, you had constantly been making use of the chaos outside the world. You lunatic. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable nearly destroyed the world, the reason was that he created a huge hole. And at the deepest part of Limitless Formation, he broke the world boundary and created a tiny hole. If there was a commotion in the Crazed Demon Formation and this tiny hole became larger, it would be trouble. The entire GU world might be destroyed as a result. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable called Limitless a lunatic, she was not wrong at all. For the last 1,000,000 years, the world had been on the brink of destruction. And the reason for this was Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at his arm and sighed softly, replying Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, in my previous life, I had already reached the end of the road. Even when I asked the Heavenly Tao, there was no possibility of eternal life. I was pitifully restrained by fate GU, after searching long and hard, through laborious planning, I designed this Crazed Demon Cave. I simply had no other choice but to use this method. But to play safe, I involved Heavenly Court in this. With you guys around, even if a problem occurred in the Crazed Demon Formation and the hole got larger, you would do your best to fix it. Hearing this, how could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression possibly be amicable? She realized now that the reason why Limitless Demon Venerable drew her into the gamble was not just because he needed her wisdom path attainment or Heavenly Court's strength to derive new heaven path research results. The deeper intention was to bring in Heavenly Court's involvement as an assurance. If Crazed Demon Cave became a problem, Heavenly Court would have to clean up after Limitless Demon Venerable. But because of Heavenly Court's perspective, they would spare no expense in repairing it, they would be willing to do so in fact. But, Limitless Demon Venerable added, this is still not at the level of eternal life. Don't you think so too, Paradise Earth? Paradise Earth nodded slowly and expressionlessly. Fang Yuan had some sort of realization, the true realm of eternal life would be complete indestructibility against the chaos. Limitless Demon Venerable had clearly not reached that stage yet. Just a bit more, I am lacking by just a bit. Limitless Demon Venerable continued to shake his head, sighing deeply. He turned his gaze towards Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Chi-Ju, can you lend me a hand? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju snorted coldly, why must I help you? Limitless Demon Venerable took out Practice GU, smiling, this Immortal GU was prepared for you to begin with, Chi-Ju, for this moment, I have already waited for you for over 1,000,000 years. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju laughed loudly until tears flowed out, so my revival was really part of your schemes. Ha ha ha, too laughable, simply too laughable. This is so disappointing, so disappointing. He was not mocking limitless demon Venerable, he was laughing at himself. He had always felt resentful and unresigned after losing to limitless demon Venerable. After revival, he had always wanted to take revenge. But at this moment, he finally understood the huge gap between him and limitless demon Venerable. Limitless demon Venerable was quiet as he watched demon Immortal Chi-Ju cry and laugh. Afterwards, he tossed practice Ji-Yu to the ladder. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had a complex expression at this moment. He recalled the scene of the deepest memory he had. Limitless, you want to become a Venerable, but did you ask me? With me around, you can dream on about becoming a Venerable. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju sneak attacked Limitless Demon Venerable and succeeded. Because he knew that once Limitless became a Venerable, he would no longer have a chance of winning. This battle lasted 9 days and nights. Thereafter, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju lost. His eyes were blood red as he called out to Limitless Demon Venerable, "You have passed the tribulation long ago and became a Venerable already. Why did you seal your own cultivation level to fight to the death with me?" Limitless Demon Venerable was bathed in blood, he had struggled at death's doors several times during the intense battle. He smiled lightly, "Because you are my Tao Guardian, only when I am at the brink of death can I understand the true relationship between a Venerable and their Tao Guardian. And the truth has been proven, my guess was not wrong after all. I have already comprehended the secret behind the Tao Guardian." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju stared with wide eyes. "To prove such a guess, you even disregarded your own life. Even though you had already become a Venerable, even though you are already invincible in the world." Limitless Demon Venerable replied plainly, "Even though I became a Venerable, this is merely another cultivation level. Compared to this, I would prefer to pursue the Great Tao." Limitless, oh Limitless, even a million years cannot change your nature. You are still that Limitless I know. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju pointed at Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and shouted. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled. "Like how I am still limitless, you are also still that Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, right?" Demon Immortal Chi-Ju gritted his teeth, he seemed to have become too helpless to rage. He grabbed Practice Ji-Yu and flew towards Limitless Demon Venerable. "You are right, I am still me. Then let's do it." Bright light flashed in Limitless Demon Venerable's eyes. "Good. You are my Tao Guardian, our destinies are intertwined. According to my deduction, only with the help of the Tao Guardian can a Venerable go one step further, to break through the realm of Venerable and attain eternal life." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju gritted his teeth. "Then let me see what is true eternity." Saying so, he activated Practice Ji-Yu. The light of Practice Ji-Yu enveloped Limitless Demon Venerable's entire body. Limitless Demon Venerable's body expanded rapidly, he went from a normal person's size to a 10-foot giant. In contrast, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju became weaker and weaker, his aura fell to rock bottom, he had no choice but to stop using Practice Ji-Yu. As for Limitless Demon Venerable's aura, it was completely concealed, no different from an ordinary mortal. But anyone could tell that the current Limitless Demon Venerable had become powerful to a point which nobody could fathom. Because even against the investigative killer moves of the various immortals, he was no different than a common man. The immortals could not see through him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Paradise Earth, and the others did not move, they watched in anticipation. Even if they wanted to stop him, it would be too difficult. Limitless Demon Venerable took in a deep breath before stretching his arm into the hole of the world boundary again. A moment later, he pulled back his arm, it was completely intact. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2209 Limitless Death. Chapter 2209, Limitless Death. Everyone was silent. Even for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, after seeing Limitless Demon Venerable's intact arm, they fell into extreme shock. After a GU cultivator became an immortal, they would face earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, and myriad tribulations. After becoming rank 9, the calamities and tribulations would become even more terrifying. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic disaster every 100 years. This chaotic disaster originated from the chaos outside the world boundary. Each time it arrived, the Venerable's life would be in danger, they had to use their full strength to fight for a chance of survival. Ordinary GU immortals did not know this, but all the past Venerables had gone through these terrifying chaotic disasters, they knew about the terror of this tribulation. And now, limitless demon Venerable tested it with his own body, without even using any defensive methods, he resisted the chaos and returned unharmed. This scene was a huge shock to the present Venerables. As for people like Fang Yuan who knew the details while not having experienced them personally, his shock was not as great as the Venerables. You did it. A while later, star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply and said. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable remained silent. No, he hasn't. This is not true eternal life yet. Paradise Earth suddenly spoke, he had a tone and expression of certainty. Everyone looked towards him. Indeed, I have not. This is not considered eternal life. At the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerable agreed with the words as he showed an expression of dejectedness. Next, he made a shocking move. He opened his mouth towards the whole of the world boundary and started to suck in. A large amount of chaos was sucked into Limitless Demon Venerable's stomach. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable watched with contracted pupils, they could not help but take in a deep breath. If a Venerable was considered a child, the chaos would be fire. Earlier, when Limitless Demon Venerable placed his hand into the chaos, he was roasting his flesh with the fire. But now, he was even more daring, he was swallowing fire. After Limitless Demon Venerable sucked in a large amount of chaos, he sat down in a cross-legged fashion. At the same time, chaos seeped out of the hole and rushed towards his head, shoulders, and body like a flowing river. Limitless Demon Venerable activated his killer move for the first time, an immensely strong aura burst out and shook the minds of all the immortals present. Everyone watched silently, they knew that Limitless Demon Venerable was currently giving it a try. This was an advancement, he was trying to advance to the true realm of eternal life. Ever since he was a child, he had maintained a heart of curiosity. He was like an innocent child who was filled with desire to explore the unknown. He wanted to know everything, he wanted to know the truth. He did not pursue fame or fortune, the status of a Venerable did not make him feel any pride or arrogance. He had once reached the peak of the world, the end of heaven and earth. But he still wanted to continue moving. Yet, there was no road ahead of him. Thus, he planned meticulously and worked with Star Constellation, dragging the entire GU cultivation world along with his dangerous plan of creating the crazed demon formation. He prepared for 1,000,000 years just for this moment. All of it was to pursue the truth. No road remained ahead of him. Thus, he moved his legs and exerted all his strength to step into the boundless darkness. He wanted to carve out his own road. This was the final push. Limitless was doing his best. A long time passed, but it felt like an instant. Whoosh! Black fire started to spew out of Limitless Demon Venerable's nose and ears. The immortals' hearts shook. Next, Limitless Demon Venerable opened his eyes slowly and looked at the immortals, saying plainly, I failed. No, I am still around. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju shouted and made his move, using all his strength to activate Practice Gu. A wave of profound light shot towards Limitless Demon Venerable's body from Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. The black fire on Limitless Demon Venerable was quickly extinguished. Limitless Demon Venerable gained some time to rest, he laughed loudly and shook his head. Chi-Ju, you can stop now. How can we determine the result before putting in all our effort? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju rebuked in anger, are you willing to give up like this? The true eternal life I want to see it too. Demon Venerable sighed, a complex expression could be seen on his face. I failed even after 1,000,000 years of accumulation. Don't you get it? Eternal life does not exist. At the next moment, bam, Limitless Demon Venerable shattered abruptly, turning back into countless fragments of truthful floating ice. No, Secret Schemer and Not Immortal screamed in unison, grieving like they had lost their loved one. Limitless Demon Venerable failed. Because Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had too close of a connection with him, the chaos instantly approached him. As it swept past him, he vanished without a trace. The great pseudo-venerable did not even manage to last 3 breaths of time. The power of the terrifying chaotic disaster was evident with one glance. The immortals were still in a daze. This battle in crazed demon cave that took 1,000,000 years of accumulation and also all the venerables planning ended like this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also revived, Paradise Earth changed to Cultivating Heaven Path, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his reasoning. In the end, Limitless Demon Venerable suppressed everyone in strength, but he still failed to succeed. He died on the road of exploration. Eternal life. It was a mere dream. There was nothing, it did not exist. How could he fail? How could he fail? Not Immortal shouted. Secret Schemer held his head and muttered dejectedly, there is no eternal life there is no eternal life He had gone insane. Does eternal life really not exist in this world? Venerable is the limit, there is no road ahead. Star constellation Immortal Venerable muttered to herself. She had asked the question that all the immortals were wondering. But nobody could answer it. Limitless Demon Venerable might be the most qualified in this aspect, since he had already surpassed everyone else by a huge margin. But he had died. It failed. He died from the chaotic disaster. Using his life, it seemed like he exposed a cruel truth to the immortals. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the sound of wind could be heard. Fang Yuan suddenly made his move, snatching a piece of the truthful floating ice. The immortals were instantly jolted awake. Limitless Demon Venerable died and turned into pieces of truthful floating ice. Most of the truthful floating ice had been destroyed in the chaos, but a small portion remained. The chaos could not do anything to them. They were the eternal life results derived by limitless, crazed demon formation, they were definitely the essence of his hard work. Limitless Demon Venerable died, but his million years of hard work had not gone down the drain, he left behind abundant results. Snatch them. There was nothing else to say. After the immortals reacted, they attacked almost at the same time. Rumble. A large number of killer moves were activated, colliding into each other and exploding loudly. Heaven shook and the earth cracked. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer did not even manage to make a sound before they died on the spot. But the remaining pieces of the truthful floating ice were intact and still shining radiantly. This was expected. Even the chaotic disaster could do nothing to them. Venerables and pseudo-venerables were also unable to damage them with their killer moves. Rumble. The scene was chaotic. Killer moves influenced each other as the immortals restrained one another. Get lost. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shouted angrily. Golden light surged in the sky, exploding fiercely like a crashing tsunami. Everywhere it went, nothing could stop it. Fang Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables quickly dodged. The golden aurora light suddenly turned into a spiral that sucked in a piece of the truthful floating ice. Seeing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly and scattered some flying stars. Hundreds or thousands of them radiated with starlight and crashed into the golden aurora, getting mutually destroyed. As Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not succeed, the truthful floating ice that was taken by the golden aurora was free again, it floated freely in the void. This was the largest truthful floating ice. All of the remaining truthful floating ice fragments were merely its size after being added up. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was attempting to take away half of this eternal life result that took 1,000,000 years to nurture. How could that happen? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not allow him to succeed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables and Giant Sun Immortal Venerables' gazes were locked onto each other. Right at this time, Lu Weiyin suddenly made a move, targeting the small truthful floating ice fragment that was closest to him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not move, but starlight appeared out of nowhere, sending Lu Weiyin flying. At almost the same time, Fang Yuan was also stopped by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He wanted to target the other truthful floating ices, but golden light shot down like needles, almost piercing his body. The two venerables opposed each other, but they held the same attitude towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, they were very domineering. They did not want the truthful floating ice to end up with anyone else. Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan were obstructed. At this time, the pseudo-venerables had to prepare and wait for another moment to arise when the two venerables fought again. The hole was gradually expanding. Limitless Demon Venerable had already died. Before he died, he was able to suppress the tiny hole. But after his death, the power he left behind was weakening. Even though chaos did not seep out of the hole in the world boundary anymore, that was going to happen soon. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took a look at the hole in the world boundary. He spoke calmly to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation, why don't we have a ceasefire again and deal with these pseudo-venerables first? We can then fix the world boundary's hole and split the truthful floating ice between ourselves. How's that? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded and replied to him with her direct actions. Immediately, starlight danced around and shot everywhere, launching fatal attacks towards Fang Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's killer move soon followed. Fang Yuan and the rest had to dodge everywhere. They escaped in distress. Limitless Demon Venerable died and the crazed demon formation was destroyed. Without Limitless, retaliation method, the two venerables were free to attack. Of course, they did not use their full strength, even in the current situation. The reason was that they were guarding against each other. Even so, Fang Yuan and the rest were in dangerous situations. They were often struggling in the face of death. I can't continue resisting these two venerables' power. Everyone, I'm leaving first. Fang Yuan shouted and dragged Qi ancestor along, wanting to leave the 9th layer. Paradise Earth frowned immediately. Crazed Demon Cave only had the 9th layer left now. If Fang Yuan left, the two venerables would not have the opportunity to chase him. Because anyone who left would be giving the other venerable a chance. It meant giving up the snatching of the truthful floating ice. Because next, as long as either venerable made a move to seal the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, the pseudo-venerables would have trouble trying to come in again after they leave. As long as they stalled for some time, the two venerables would be able to keep away the truthful floating ice. After that, they would be able to easily deal with the pseudo-venerables. But right at this moment, the two venerables snorted coldly together. Others can leave, but you, Fang Yuan, cannot. Please leave behind the truthful floating ice that you snatched away earlier. You cannot bring this away with you. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable spoke one sentence each, expressing their honest attitude. Among the GU Immortals, Fang Yuan was the first to get a piece. Everyone else including the two venerables had not obtained anything yet. And Fang Yuan's piece was quite big too, it was at least 10% of the entire truthful floating ice. At this moment, the two venerables cooperated again, dealing with Fang Yuan together. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Earlier, the two venerables worked together to deal with him, but the pressure now was incomparable to before. Soon, Fang Yuan was forced to activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal again. Reverse Flow River was nearly depleted earlier, but after it was replenished during this period of time, the river water had risen slightly in Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer moves were quickly reflected back to them. However, for these two venerables, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was only a slight bother, it was a mere obstacle. As long as they used skillful methods, they would be able to resolve it in some time. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2210 Paradise Earth's Death. Chapter 2210 Paradise Earth's Death. Paradise Earth, I am willing to share my truthful floating ice with you. Right now, we cannot afford to leave each other in the lurch, we must be united and work together. Fang Yuan shouted. Paradise Earth nodded. Fang Yuan, you are right. Saying so, he made his move. But he disregarded Fang Yuan, he targeted a piece of truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was quickly kept in Paradise Earth's immortal aperture. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable targeted that largest truthful floating ice again. As long as he obtained this, he would be the biggest winner in this Crazed Demon Cave situation. The two venerables were unable to defeat each other. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to leave, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stop him. Don't think about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a cold gaze. Bam! Killer moves collided. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable managed to repel Giant Sun Immortal Venerable again, but she could not stop Paradise Earth in time. Heaven Path Method. The Heaven Path method that Paradise Earth used to take the truthful floating ice was very profound. His aura was initially concealed to the limit, even the two venerables could not detect it. After activation, the move was extremely fast, even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stop it in time, allowing Paradise Earth to succeed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply, she took out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth again. This secluded domain of heaven and earth looked like a lantern. Once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used her killer move, she lifted the lantern and shined it on all the GU Immortals. At the next moment, a tsunami made of endless emotions surged into the Immortals' hearts. Their expressions changed abruptly, they resisted with difficulty. Fang Yuan activated Fortitude GU while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable instilled Immortal Essence into Familial Emotion GU. Paradise Earth activated the killer move Emotionless Heaven and Earth instead to resolve it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snickered, she took out Book Mountain again. Book Mountain shined with dazzling light, all sorts of killer moves were replicated and unleashed on the GU Immortals. There was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's method, Qi Ancestors and Demon Immortal Qi Ju's killer moves, Paradise Earth's killer move, and even Limitless Demon Venerable's method. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally unleashed her full strength, using the two killer moves with these two secluded domains of heaven and earth as the course to suppress everyone that was currently present. Her expression paled immediately, the starlight specks around her dimmed, she had consumed over 10 billion thoughts to do this, they were nearly fully expended. Using this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated Book Mountain, limitless chains flew out to grab the truthful floating ice and send it into her immortal aperture. This truthful floating ice was not the biggest one, but it contained an immortal GU. Nobody noticed this immortal GU except star constellation Immortal Venerable. Precisely because of it, she was willing to temporarily give up the largest truthful floating ice piece and grabbed this smaller piece first. After collecting the immortal GU, star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately stopped her killer move. She stored away Book Mountain and focused on defense. Her action was very wise. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could no longer control himself. At the next moment, he shouted loudly, golden light shot out fiercely with his retaliation. Attacks rained down harshly, forcing star constellation Immortal Venerable to retreat continuously. She was like a helpless floating duckweed in the storm. Using this opportunity, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took a piece of the truthful floating ice as well. This was not the largest truthful floating ice piece, but it was the one closest to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Because he knew that he could only suppress star constellation Immortal Venerable for a few breaths of time, there was no time to take the largest truthful floating ice. As expected, at the next moment, star constellation Immortal Venerable recovered and attacked Giant Sun Immortal Venerable again. The two Venerables fought intensely, because they were using their full strength while trying to get the truthful floating ice pieces. They did not have the time or energy to spend on other matters. This gave the pseudo-Venerables a good chance. Fang Yuan and Paradise Earth took 3 or 4 pieces each. Lu Wei Yin, Shen Shang, and Qi Si also obtained 1 or 2 pieces. Not long after, the truthful floating ice fragments were all taken except for that final largest piece. The two Venerables had considerable injuries now. Their attempts to take it were all thwarted by the other party. The two Venerables raced against time, attacking the pseudo-Venerables again. This time, they fought with more motivation. After all, the pseudo-Venerables all had some truthful floating ice pieces on them. Oh, while the two Venerables suppressed the pseudo-Venerables, they started to feel a little surprised. Because Paradise Earth was displaying greater battle strength than before. Almost every breath of time, his strength grew by some extent. His aura was already inching closer to the level of a rank 9 Venerable now. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with bright light. So that's it. Paradise Earth, because you converted to cultivating Heaven Path, and because this truthful floating ice is closely related to Heaven Path, you can draw strength from it to raise your cultivation level. This is a brilliant method. Star constellation Immortal Venerable spoke with a tone of admiration, but her killing intent surged correspondingly as well. Earlier, when Fang Yuan asked for help, Paradise Earth ignored him to snatch that truthful floating ice, so this was the reason. Evidently, as long as he could get sufficient truthful floating ice pieces, Paradise Earth would be able to alleviate the flaw of being prematurely revived and become a Venerable again. And this time, he would not be an Earth Path Venerable, but most uniquely, a Heaven Path Venerable. Once Paradise Earth became a Heaven Path Venerable, his strength would likely rise up to the top of the world. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were not going to sit around and watch this happen. Fate GU had been destroyed. The entire world was pretty much ruled by them. Nobody would want to see the return of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, especially when this Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable would have far greater strength than them. There was no communication. The two Venerables worked together for the third time. This time, they gave up on Fang Yuan, focusing on Paradise Earth instead. Paradise Earth activated Heaven Path killer moves consecutively to block the two Venerables' attacks, but soon, he showed signs of being unable to continue. Even though the Heaven Path methods were vast and profound, the two Venerables had greater strength now. Paradise Earth fell into a life and death crisis. He shouted at the rest, "Please lend me a hand." Lu Wei Yin and Shen Shang hesitated for a moment before tossing their truthful floating ice pieces into Treasure Yellow Heaven at almost the same time. Paradise Earth took the truthful floating ices from Treasure Yellow Heaven and quickly used them to raise his cultivation level. His aura grew once more. He was only inches away from reaching Venerable level. "I am only one step away, Fang Yuan," Paradise Earth transmitted urgently. Fang Yuan snickered. "I can give you the truthful floating ice, but Paradise Earth, can you pay a sufficient price that will satisfy me?" Paradise Earth gritted his teeth. He immediately sent the Northern Plains Paradise Earth True Inheritance into Treasure Yellow Heaven, along with all sorts of Heaven Path killer moves and his own Heaven Path cultivation experiences. Of course, the most important thing was the alliance agreement. To get the most crucial truthful floating ice, Paradise Earth made a huge concession. Fang Yuan placed a small piece of the truthful floating ice into Treasure Yellow Heaven. The two quickly made the transaction. "Haha, Paradise Earth, you can have the final truthful floating ice pieces too." After the transaction was done, Fang Yuan shouted loudly. Paradise Earth's heart shook. Indeed, at the next moment, both Venerables erupted with killer moves surrounding Paradise Earth, barraging him with attacks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable raised the lantern high up, endless emotions assaulted his heart. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable grabbed with his hands continuously, attacking Paradise Earth's luck. Paradise Earth was covered in terrifying injuries, he was like a mortal hanging on a cliff, moments away from dying. Shen Shang, Lu Wei-yin, and even Fang Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor attacked from afar, using killer moves to try to help out Paradise Earth. But it was no use. Paradise Earth gritted his teeth, struggling desperately. The truthful floating ice melted gradually, helping him to push to the level of a Venerable once again. But at the crucial moment, Paradise Earth's killer move had a peculiar mistake. The killer move failed and the backlash triggered. Paradise Earth's cultivation level was stuck at the final step. The two Venerables' attacks arrived and instantly engulfed Paradise Earth. Quickly save him, Lu Wei-yin shouted and was the first to move. The other pseudo-Venerables' hearts jumped too as they took action. The two Venerables were not willing to see Paradise Earth getting saved, they chased after him too. The pseudo-Venerables used all their strengths and disregarded their own danger, managing to block Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attacks with great difficulty. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's starlight still hit Paradise Earth's body. Paradise Earth shouted loudly, veins bulged on his face as he used all his strength to activate a killer move. With his defensive killer move broken, his body became covered in countless holes that were ravaged by the starlight, but his healing method was still effective. Paradise Earth was forcefully holding on to his last breath. At this time, Qi Si made a move, shielding Fang Yuan, who quickly got closer to Paradise Earth's side. Fang Yuan, Lu Wei-yin and Shen Shang jolted, the light of hope shined in their eyes. The two Venerables' expressions sank slightly. Right as Fang Yuan was about to save Paradise Earth. Boom! Fang Yuan's palm slammed onto Paradise Earth's back and penetrated his chest. Paradise Earth was already at his last breath. Fang Yuan's attack was the fatal blow that he could not endure. At the moment before his death, Paradise Earth's eyes stared wide as he grabbed Fang Yuan's hand. Paradise Earth, rest in peace. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. At the next moment, Paradise Earth's dwindling aura dissipated entirely. He died with eyes wide open. The entire scene shook. The two Venerables looked at Fang Yuan with peculiar expressions. Lu Wei-yin's lips were trembling, he broke the silence and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Fang Yuan, what have you done?" Fang Yuan, this, Shen Shang's eyeballs were almost going to pop out. Qi Si Ancestor stopped beside Fang Yuan's main body, showing a strange expression as well. Everyone knew that in this situation with two unrivaled Venerables, Paradise Earth was their only hope of resisting them. But the one who killed this hope was not the two Venerables, but Fang Yuan himself. Was Fang Yuan crazy? He actually did something like this. It was too absurd. Something's not right. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable muttered to himself. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly as well but did not speak. The two Venerables saw that Fang Yuan was keeping away Paradise Earth's corpse into Sovereign Immortal Aperture so calmly, they sensed a slight change in the atmosphere. Fang Yuan, how are we going to get out of this? Shen Shang asked anxiously. Without Lord Paradise Earth, how can we resist the two Venerables? Lu Wei-yin was stomping his feet and staring at Fang Yuan angrily. Fang Yuan smiled plainly. It is simple, wouldn't it be fine if I am a Venerable? Saying so, he no longer concealed his aura, exposing it at this moment. Rank 9 cultivation level. At once, the entire battlefield went silent. Mere tricks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly, starlight flowed like water as it surged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan breathed out lightly, a chi tide poured out and blocked all the starlight. At the other end, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also tried to probe, golden needles shot down like a torrential rain. Fang Yuan waved his hand, red aurora filled the sky, incinerating all of the golden needles. The pupils of the two Venerables shrank. Lu Wei-yin, Shen Shang, and even Fang Yuan's clone, Qi Si Ancestor, were tongue-tied. Even against the attacks of the two Venerables, Fang Yuan blocked them perfectly, he displayed genuine rank 9 cultivation level. Did he really become a Venerable? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2211 Fang Yuan becomes Venerable. Chapter 2211, Fang Yuan becomes Venerable. Rumble. Fang Yuan's killer moves shot out, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to retreat. What in the world is going on? Since when did Fang Yuan become a Venerable? Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang watched as Fang Yuan fought the two venerables. They had complex emotions and asked Qi Ancestor urgently. Qi Ancestor was also confused. He smiled bitterly. I had no clue either. Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang were speechless. Fang Yuan had hid this so deeply that he even deceived his own clone. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable remained silent. Because they found that Fang Yuan's strength had vaguely surpassed either of them. He was still a rank 8 pseudo-venerable earlier, how did he turn into a genuine rank 9 so suddenly? The two venerables were very confused and suspicious. Strange, very strange. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked fiercely, golden light rained down with imposing might. Fang Yuan responded with a shout, his prepared method was activated, forcefully suppressing the overwhelming golden light. The Tao marks on his body far surpassed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Seeing this, Lu Weiyin and the rest felt their hearts jumping. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took in a deep breath of cold air secretly, he focused his eyes and activated a method. At the next moment, his vision changed, he started to observe the luck above Fang Yuan's head. Initially, Fang Yuan's luck was completely hidden, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could only see cooking luck pot. But soon, after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable intensified the force of this move and golden blood flowed out of his eyes, he finally got through cooking luck pot's defense and saw Fang Yuan's true luck. He saw a silver pillar of light that connected heaven and earth, it was grand and condensed. At the base of the silvery pillar, there was a brown grave, it had mostly dissipated now, only a small part was left. Seeing this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a thought, he sighed to himself, this is Paradise Earth's luck, on one hand, it can stabilize the foundation of the silver light pillar, but on the other hand, it is also digging away and replacing Fang Yuan's foundation. It was the biggest threat to Fang Yuan's luck initially, now that he killed Paradise Earth, this threat has been removed. This remaining part of the grave is the foundation of Paradise Earth that Fang Yuan has yet to devour completely. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable raised his head again, looking at the top of the silver light pillar. Earlier when they joined forces, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had observed Fang Yuan's luck. Compared to then, Fang Yuan's silver light pillar was no longer blocked by 3 clouds at the top. It shot right through them, truly looking like it was holding up the heavens and supporting the earth. The 3 clouds could only revolve around the top part of the silver pillar. This meant that the 3 venerables could no longer hold Fang Yuan down. Among the 3 clouds, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's cloud had turned into a golden blood-colored cloud, it was at the top. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clouds were below his, they seemed to have the trend of tearing apart. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was moved again, as this hinting that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is quickly breaking free from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not surprised. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was someone on the same level as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, it was already an incredibly shocking achievement that she could control him. But it was unrealistic to try fully controlling a Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable escapes from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control later, what will happen? No matter what, in terms of luck alone, Fang Yuan has truly become a Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable believed in his own luck path methods, he was finally convinced at this moment. At this time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable looked towards Fang Yuan with some rage in his eyes. How did Fang Yuan become a Venerable in the blink of an eye? Looking at his expression and attitude, it seemed like he held indifference towards rank 9 cultivation level, what did he take this Venerable status as? If rank 9 Venerables could appear so easily, then what would Giant Sun Immortal Venerable amount to? What would the past Venerables amount to? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also considering rapidly, Fang Yuan has rank 9 cultivation level indeed. I underestimated his craftiness and shrewdness. When did he become a Venerable? Did he have this cultivation level from the start? All the signs do not point to that possibility. He had secretly become a Venerable during a certain moment in the crazed Demon Cave battle. But he clearly lacked attainment level. In the contest in Primordial Domain, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable ganged up on Fang Yuan and destroyed the refinement path portion of the Primordial Domain. Wait, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly turned his head, retreating as he looked at Fang Yuan, asking, did the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance contain refinement path true meaning? So you had the necessary refinement path attainment level long ago. Fang Yuan smiled, but his attacks became even fiercer. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was sent flying by consecutive attacks. Using this timing, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shot out countless flying stars that flew like lightning, landing on Fang Yuan's back one after another. Fang Yuan staggered from the hit, he almost lost his balance and fell forward. But immediately after, he straightened his back and wiped it with his hand. Starlight specks were shining intensely on his back, they were the Tao marks left behind by the flying stars. But after Fang Yuan wiped them, all of these Tao marks were refined into his own. The power of rank 9 refinement path. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. It was terrible to her that Fang Yuan had such a method. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system did not excel in powerful individual offensive methods, she mainly relied on consecutive hits. And the key to these consecutive hits were the Tao marks that the flying stars left behind. With these Tao marks, the following flying stars would be able to deal increasingly greater damage to the enemy. But Fang Yuan refined these Tao marks into his own, the flying star consecutive move was easily broken. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to use this move, she would not be fighting Fang Yuan but funding him instead. Fang Yuan easily got rid of the flying star consecutive move and launched his own counterattack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not deal with him head-on, she had to temporarily retreat. He is very proficient with this refinement path killer move, it shows that Fang Yuan came prepared. But he held back the entire time, waiting for the final moment of this crazed demon cave fight and after he became rank 9 to utilize this trump card. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally understood the true extent of Fang Yuan's craftiness. The killer move was prepared long ago, otherwise, it could not be used so quickly after Fang Yuan became rank 9. If he used it earlier, the effect would be great too, but he refused to activate it, causing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to assume that he was helpless against the flying star killer move. At the final battle, he used it and caught Star Constellation Immortal Venerable off guard immediately. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly had a flash of inspiration, she realized a portion of the truth at this moment as she spoke. Fang Yuan, well done, you purposely did that during the primordial domain contest. You purposely held back and gave up on competing for primordial domain, thus Giant Sun and I destroyed the refinement path part of the primordial domain. You were purposely pretending to be weak so that we would look down on and put less attention on you. Hearing these words, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's heart lit up, he could not help but feel more anger towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan remained smiling as he said plainly, Star Constellation, you are thinking too highly of me. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled coldly, Fang Yuan, don't think of deceiving us anymore. Regardless of whether thieving heaven's true inheritance had refinement path true meaning, before you entered primordial domain, you were already extremely close to Supreme Grand Master attainment level. After entering primordial domain, you realized that even if you gave up a portion of the refinement path primordial domain, you could still become a refinement path Supreme Grand Master by yourself. Thus, you purposely held back and let Giant Sun and I seemingly ruin your chances of becoming a Venerable. There were many benefits in this. Firstly, becoming a Venerable would mean breaking through the heavenly Tao blockade, you would need to undergo tribulation and it carries many risks, you have to find the right timing to do so. Once you become a Supreme Grand Master openly, we would be on guard against you. Secondly, even if you became a Venerable quickly, before the three worlds united, limitless eternal life result was still far away from us, everyone needed to wait. Furthermore, because of limitless retaliation, even if you became a Venerable, you could not use your strength. Thirdly, if you were not a Venerable, we would subconsciously ignore you. In our minds, even if Paradise Earth was just a pseudo-Venerable, he was still more threatening than you. Finally, everyone was holding back during the crazed demon cave battle, a lot of trump cards were not revealed. For example, you did not know how much I had infiltrated the crazed demon formation. Thus, you concealed your methods and waited for the situation to become clearer, after we went through our methods, before trying to claim victory. While defending against Fang Yuan's attacks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable analyzed and exposed Fang Yuan's schemes to everyone. Be they Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they did not want a third Venerable contesting with them. Paradise Earth was the best example. He was trying to become a Venerable under the attention of the two Venerables, in the end, he got heavily injured because of them. As Giant Sun Immortal Venerable listened to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's explanation, his mind became increasingly clear. With a loud howling sound, he stepped on a giant golden aurora and charged at Fang Yuan. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also pincer attacked Fang Yuan from another direction. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2212 Refine GU, Refine Human, and Refine Heaven. Chapter 2212 Refine GU, Refine Human, and Refine Heaven. Seeing the fierce attacks of the enemies, Fang Yuan quickly dodged for the time being. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable pursued relentlessly as he shouted, "Back then, when I fought my way into the door of life and death, I wanted to probe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's trump card and learn of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's current condition. But you also went inside, it was truly a great scheme. If you remained in the outside world, you would need to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who went out. But if you followed me, you would be able to see the strength of Heavenly Court and my longevity heaven." At that time, because of Heavenly Court's arrangements, the door of life and death was tightly connected to the immortal graveyard, it could not be destroyed forcefully in a short period of time. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable secretly inspected their lucks. After learning of this peculiar change in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's lucks, he wanted to find out the reason. If possible, he wanted to ruin this intimate relationship between them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had hidden cards too, but he went inside the door of life and death regardless. Because he had his own trump cards. When he used the blood path method to revive, no matter how severe his injuries got, he would be fully healed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been trying to make the best use of this trump card. He tried all ways possible to probe more of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods. From Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's perspective, this was the first time he was fighting against a Venerable. Venerables had immense foundation, he needed to probe carefully. To destroy the immortal graveyard, he had to target the door of life and death. By going inside, he could inspect if there was really a relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If possible, he would destroy that connection and save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before working together. Or if possible, he could even try to take the door of life and death for himself. With all these intentions, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable managed to find out Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method involving emotions on this trip. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left the door of life and death, did Giant Sun Immortal Venerable really not have any way of stopping her? That was not the case. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was happy to see Star Constellation Immortal Venerable leave. Firstly, the eternal life results still needed some time to nurture. He had already left behind his investigative method in the Crazed Demon Formation, that was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Secondly, 3 parties were contesting in Crazed Demon Cave then, other than Green Lotus Great World's Heavenly Court, and Savage Wilderness Great World's Longevity Heaven, there was also Yellow Earth Great World's Paradise Earth. In the end, through this contest, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable forced Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to revive prematurely, causing him to only have pseudo-venerable cultivation level. When Paradise Earth went into the door of life and death, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not use his biggest trump card before leaving. Even though he did not save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he managed to ally with Paradise Earth. Boom! As Fang Yuan retaliated, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's killer move was broken, he was forced back again. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable yelled, "Fang Yuan, I am sure you wanted to see Paradise Earth's premature resurrection as well. Such great acting, truly great acting skills. After leaving the door of life and death, I was hit by Qin Ding Ling's method and fell into a disadvantage. I needed you to take action but you were trapped by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. That was your intentional excuse. You purposely made the Qi-Si clone activate Hu elevation, that way, the Qi-Si clone would be restrained again, while Zon Bu was unable to get away. You managed to watch openly as our two sides fought and expended each other's strength." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable said while gritting his teeth. Back then, he still had an immortal zombie body, he was suppressed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and schemed against by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, his combat system's foundation was uprooted. Even though the situation was dangerous, Giant Sun was not flustered. Because he still had the greatest trump card unused. Giant Sun held back and waited because he wanted to see the trump cards of these other people. In the end, Paradise Earth made his move. Paradise Earth did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, instead, he tried to help Giant Sun. After failing, he immediately saved Fang Yuan. This showed that Paradise Earth's intentions were not simple either. However, after Fang Yuan was saved, he still refused to help out Giant Sun. Instead, he went to kill the unimportant Qin Ding Ling. This way, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had no choice but to use his Blood Path trump card, reviving completely. Fang Yuan succeeded in killing Qin Dingling, but how could he deceive Giant Sun Immortal Venerable with such superficial actions? Giant Sun was very clear of it in his heart. Since he exposed his true strength, he immediately changed his position and joined up with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to deal with Fang Yuan. Because of this, Fang Yuan was attacked by two venerables. He had to expend Reverse Flow River, but still got hit in the end. His immortal aperture suffered calamities and tribulations. Wait, thinking of this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable realized and called out. During that time, you used the opportunity of your immortal aperture getting hit to obscure the aura and use the chance to break through the heavenly Tao blockade. By stacking tribulation with tribulation, you deceived everyone and got past the final tribulation, becoming a venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable finally understood everything. Back then, he thought that he had succeeded when he inspected Fang Yuan's falling luck and the aura of calamities and tribulations in his aperture. But to think that Fang Yuan was making use of this to secretly tackle the heavenly Tao blockade and break through an even stronger tribulation. With just Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's method, he could definitely not create black fire in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The black fire was the remnant product of the chaotic disaster. Fang Yuan did not speak. He attacked fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable resisted with difficulty. He stared at Fang Yuan and continued to speak. Through that method, you became a venerable without anyone noticing. I originally thought that you were not skilled in aura concealment methods, but to think that your attainment in this aspect is shocking. You have been concealing your aura the entire time. You actually deceived me, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and wait, even Paradise Earth was deceived. Fang Yuan was the greatest liar. He lied until the very end. All of these venerables were toyed around by him. Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang looked at each other, feeling the shock in each other's hearts. The fight between the venerables was getting more intense. They started using their full strength, causing the rest to be pushed away to the boundaries of the void, along with the Qi-Si clone. Looking at Fang Yuan, who was holding the upper hand, Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang had complex emotions. On one hand, they were shocked and in admiration that Fang Yuan broke through successfully to become a venerable. He was even suppressing two noble existences who were famous in history. But on the other hand, Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang were furious. They had a close connection to Paradise Earth, while a large part of his death was attributed to Fang Yuan's scheme. In the end, Paradise Earth had no choice but to expose his great secret. He could absorb truthful floating ice to raise his cultivation level. Fang Yuan purposely made a transaction with Paradise Earth and shouted so loudly, triggering the two venerables to use their full strength on him. In the end, the attacks of the two venerables helped out Fang Yuan. He managed to kill Paradise Earth. Crafty, scheming, evil. Such words revolved around the hearts of Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang. They could not help but describe Fang Yuan as such. Rumble. As the golden light faded and starlight dimmed, Fang Yuan was incredibly domineering. His aura was surging like a rising tiger over 10,000 li. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were feeling bitter internally. After so long, they had already expended many of their trump cards in combat. Their injuries were still lingering. There was simply no time to heal them. In contrast, Fang Yuan had been staying low profile and hiding his strength. His schemes were simply too deep. Boom! The three venerables clashed again. Fang Yuan held the upper hand once more. The two venerables were forced back. They spat out blood together, their injuries becoming more severe. Fang Yuan wore a snow-white robe. His hair was long and fluttering. He dominated the battlefield, with his aura surmounting mountains and rivers. He firmly grasped the upper hand as he suddenly recited. In my youth I knew the hardships of the world. Yet I still aspired to soar above the clouds. A journey of cold winds and uncertainty, a lone traveler experiences a life of ups and downs. A heart of steel forged from countless setbacks, a lifetime of effort to forge one sword. Today my sword aims beyond the clouds. Refine GU, refine human, refine heaven. Fang Yuan's attacks were like a surging tide, enveloping all the surrounding battlefield, approaching from all directions of the world. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist them. They retreated time and time again. Fang Yuan grabbed with his hand. The final truthful floating ice went towards him. Don't think about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She had to toss out the door of life and death at the final crucial moment. The door of life and death erupted with an immense suction force, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked at the same time, his killer move landing on Fang Yuan. In order to take the truthful floating ice, Fang Yuan exposed a weakness and was sent into the door of life and death by the two venerables. Our tactic succeeded. The two venerables looked at each other, having expressions of joy flashing at the same time. But at the next moment, Danghun Mountain, Luopo Valley, and Reverse Flow River. A killer move with all three secluded domains of heaven and earth as the course was activated by Fang Yuan. A road of life was suddenly formed, extending out of the door of life and death. Fang Yuan instantly returned to the battlefield, leaving Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was extremely furious and agitated behind in the door of life and death. The two Venerables stared with wide eyes. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyelids were twitching intensely. This was the move that he wanted Fang Yuan to conceptualize when he was trapped in the door of life and death. Fang Yuan kept delaying it and showed an expression of helplessness, eventually failing in his deduction. But now, seeing that Fang Yuan was using it so proficiently, it was clear that he had already practiced it many times. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan already had this killer move. But he still used Danghun Luopo Seal to make an excuse for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and the rest. Seeing that the door of life and death could not trap Fang Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a soft sigh. At the next moment, the door of life and death opened. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable flew out immediately. He was still in an agitated state, his mind was not clear. He did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable but furiously targeted Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan. Using this chance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to snatch the truthful floating ice. The scene became very chaotic. Immortal killer move, Danghun Luopo Seal. With one attack by Fang Yuan, 1,000 of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms severed. After Fang Yuan became venerable and passed the Black Fire Tribulation, his Dao marks had already exceeded Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan roared and made a push, eventually taking that final truthful floating ice for himself. Star Constellation, I've already done my best. From within Spectral Soul's belly, Verdant Great Sun's voice could be heard sighing. Next, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's expression changed, becoming blank. His roaring and emotions of hatred vanished. He ignored Fang Yuan and Giant Sun as he charged towards the hole expressionlessly. Bam! With a loud sound, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had actually used his own body to block the whole of the world boundary. The immortals were shocked. The entire scene became silent again. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2213 Chudu vs Heilu Lan. Chapter 2213, Chudu vs Heilu Lan. This was a nameless grassland. The ground was dry and desolate. There was barely any vegetation except yellowish wilting wild grass. The sky was gray and hazy. No sunlight could be seen. A cold and dark wind blew on the faces of the immortals. At this ordinary location, tens of GU immortals were gathered. All of their attention was placed on two people. The male immortal wore a yellowish-brown leather robe unique to Northern Plains. He had a red and thick leather belt, as well as pitch-black leather shoes. The loose robe could not conceal his muscular body. While his face was nothing extraordinary, he looked very plain. But nobody present could ignore him despite that. Because his name was Chudu, the Domination Immortal. And opposing him, there was a female immortal. The female immortal wore a half-mask covering her nose, mouth and cheeks, only revealing the upper half of her face, which showed her strong contours, sharp and long brows, bright eyes and a bold aura. She was Fairy Black Moon, a powerful expert who challenged countless people and had never suffered a loss since her rise in Northern Plains' GU Immortal world. As for her true identity as Heilu Lan, few GU Immortals knew. Not long ago, Heilu Lan defeated one of the most prominent members of Lu tribe, rank 7 GU Immortal expert Lu Chong. She challenged Chudu thereafter. Chudu did not back down, he directly agreed. Once news of this battle was spread, the tension of Northern Plains GU Immortals rose. They paid huge attention to it. Right now, the time for the two immortals' fight had arrived. Chudu, you have finally arrived. Battle intent surged in Heilu Lan's eyes, blazing like flames. The contest of strength path, I have been looking forward to this. Chudu replied happily. Regardless of the outcome today, Fairy, I would like to invite you to my Chu tribe as a guest. We can exchange our experiences in cultivating strength path. Heilu Lan snorted coldly. Chudu, I've heard of your great name since long ago. But if you want to exchange pointers, we will have to see if you are qualified. Chudu smiled. Please have the first move. Heilu Lan did not stand on ceremony. Her body flew out like lightning, rising up and flying towards the upper clouds. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Waves of human figures descended from the clouds, crashing towards Chudu like meteors. Chudu raised his head and immediately retreated upon seeing this. He was very fast. After pulling some distance, he used his killer move as he pushed with both palms. Boom! A surge of great strength burst out, air currents were generated, Heilulan's strength path phantoms shattered like bursting bubbles against this powerful attack. Chudu pushed with his palms again, clearing out the dark clouds in the sky, exposing the clear skies and radiant sunlight. Heilulan, who had hidden herself in the cloud layer, was also exposed as a result. Heilulan had a serious expression. After the concealment of the dark clouds, her killer move was already prepared. At the next moment, her hands clenched into fists, raising them above her head before slamming them down towards Chudu's direction. With a thunderous sound, air was squeezed and distorted as the fist shadows instantly arrived in front of Chudu. Chudu raised both arms, blocking the attack. Bam! There was a loud collision as he was forced back by 100 steps. But soon, he stopped in the air, shrugging his shoulders, a layer of dust fell from his sleeves. He was completely unharmed. Heilulan was not surprised at all, she continued to rain down a flurry of unceasing attacks. Chudu blocked her attacks time and time again while retaliating in response. Both sides were separated by some distance, they attacked with long-ranged methods that caused incredible commotions. The observing immortals were all staring at the two of them with fixed gazes. So exciting, to think that Strength Path GU immortals would have so many outstanding long-ranged methods. Currently, it seems that Fairy Black Moon and Chudu are evenly matched. HMPH, now is too early to make that conclusion, Cho Lao Wu snorted coldly. Strength Path GU immortals are strongest at close combat, they are still using long-ranged methods to probe each other now. Chudu was firm as a mountain while Heilulan displayed many outstanding long-ranged methods. After more than 10 rounds of combat, the two sides suddenly charged and clashed in the center. With that loud sound, all of the immortals jolted. They are fighting seriously now. This is an extremely rare contest of Strength Path. Whoever wins this will be the #1 Strength Path cultivator in the current world. In the current 5 regions, there were very few Strength Path GU immortals. After all, Strength Path had been declining for a long time, far beyond half a century worth of degradation. Before Heilulan appeared, Chudu was publicly recognized as a Strength Path expert in the 5 regions. He had quite the reputation. With the sudden appearance of Heilulan, most GU immortals were shocked by her path. To think that another anomaly would arise in Strength Path. Under everyone's gaze, the two continued to rain down punches and kicks at each other. It was an intense fight. Attacks and defenses were unleashed and put up continually, each move had an incredible amount of strength in them. Be they Chudu or Heilulan, neither had the intention to retreat, they fought strength with strength, ferocity with ferocity. The battle between Strength Path GU immortals could be said to be plain and simple, it was not as glamorous as other paths. But in the hearts of many GU immortals present, a chill started to form. Even though Strength Path is declining, Strength Path GU immortals are not to be underestimated. If I had to fight against either Chudu or Fairy Black Moon, the outcome would be disastrous. Each attack by Chudu or Heilulan would cause a thunderous sound that twisted and distorted the air currents surged as wind continued to form from their impacts. Compared to long-ranged methods, Strength Path excelled more at close combat. A GU immortal with superb cultivation in Strength Path would be threatening in their every punch and kick. Their advantage in close combat was regarding the aspect of attack frequency. Heilulan and Chudu fought quicker and quicker. The observing GU immortals tried to imagine themselves as either party and felt cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. In the future, if I meet any Strength Path GU immortal, I must not let them get close to me. The punches and kicks are unleashed too frequently, there is no time to prepare killer moves in such a fight. Without killer moves, how can anyone defend against such intense attacks? More than 10 rounds passed again. Chudu gradually gained the upper hand. Even though Heilulan was strong and had many methods, her combat experience still paled in comparison to Chudu. Her cultivation time was far less than Chudu. Chudu accumulated his advantage through his immensely rich combat experience. After adding up all these advantages, he started to suppress Heilulan. Chen Cheng, Yin Wuke, and the rest had grim expressions. This cannot go on, I need to take a risk. Heilulan's gaze turned sharp as a blade, flashing for an instant. She knew that if she did not change her fighting style now, if this went on, she would definitely lose. At the next moment, Heilulan shouted loudly as she rained punches and kicks on Chudu with rapid intensity. Chudu was like a reef by the sea, no matter how intense the waves were, he remained motionless. Heilulan was not surprised. While Chudu defended himself, she quickly moved back and started preparing her killer move. Chu Du smiled as he quickly approached her. Oh no, Chen Cheng saw this and gasped aloud. The observing GU immortals saw this and knew that Chu Du had waited for this opportunity for some time. Chu Du erupted with shocking speed, rapidly getting closer to He Lulan. He Lulan had no choice but to helplessly stop her killer move activation. She fought against Chu Du with punches and kicks, blocking the other party's unceasing attacks. But because of this, by stopping her killer move midway, the activation failure caused a backlash that caused severe internal injuries to He Lulan. Chu Du created a battle opportunity, he made great use of it and fought against He Lulan until she could only defend herself. Chu Du had the complete advantage now. A wave of cheers erupted. These voices came from Chu Du's godchildren as well as the supreme elders of Chu tribe. HMPH, don't rejoice too early. Fairy Black Moon has not used her trump card yet. He Lulan's supporters had grim expressions, they rebuked. Totem killer move, Dark Capital Strength Biao 1. At the next moment, He Lulan's body shook. A tiger roared, its huge black claws sent Chu Du flying. The giant black tiger flapped its wings and vanished on the spot, appearing behind Chu Du. Chu Du quickly defended himself, even though he blocked the Dark Capital Strength Biao's attack again, his body was still sent flying like a cannonball, crashing towards the ground from the force created. It's here, Fairy Black Moon's signature method, Dark Capital Strength Biao. Someone shouted in excitement. Cho Lao Wu had a cold expression, this was the first time he saw it. This totem killer move is too convenient. It can stay dormant on the skin during normal times and be activated with a single thought when needed. Indeed, Hao Zhen gritted his teeth, if not for this move, our first Supreme Elder would have obtained victory already. One tiger with wings. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2214 You have won this battle. Chapter 2214, you have won this battle. The Dark Capital Strength Biao was incredibly fast, it was hard to deal with in the first place. More importantly, after He Lulan stabilized her position, she quickly used a healing method on herself before joining the fight again. She had great coordination with the Dark Capital Strength Biao, they attacked from the left and right, firmly suppressing Chu Du. Chu Du was in a pitiful state, many areas of his robe were torn, showing that his defenses were no longer holding up. Blood soon appeared on his lips, his injuries were slowly accumulating. Chu tribe's GU immortals had grim expression, in the current situation, they could not see hope of Chu Du turning this around. The Dark Capital Strength Biao gave He Lulan too great of an advantage. You will lose, He Lulan shouted with momentum, unleashing her killer move, 8-directional strength fight. Chu Du was surrounded by countless figures, he could not break out for the time being. Suddenly, a shadow casted down from above him, it was the Dark Capital Strength Biao. It opened its mouth to bite at Chu Du. If this bite connected, Chu Du would be heavily injured, if not dead. At the moment of crisis, Chu Du laughed loudly instead, finally caught you. At the next moment, Strength Path Giant Hand appeared and grabbed forcefully. The Dark Capital Strength Biao was caught unguarded and growled loudly, it wanted to struggle. But after only one breath of time, the Strength Path Giant Hand firmly held onto it and slammed it to the ground. Boom! There was a loud sound as the ground shook, rocks were sent flying and dust clouds rose. Immortal killer move, Battle Strength Transpiration. Chu Du suddenly erupted with an intense aura as his body expanded to the size of a 10-meter giant. His entire body turned red, all of the pores on his body opened up, as his sweat turned into steam, surrounding his body. Immortal killer move, Heaven and Earth Combined Strength. Chu Du straightened both arms before clapping them together in front of his chest. At the next moment, the immortals gasped, He Lulan's expression changed. The surrounding 1,000 li were enveloped by a formless force, the GU immortals were restrained and unable to move easily, they felt like bugs that had fallen into oil. Affected by this killer move, the speed of the Dark Capital Strength Biao fell drastically, its threat towards Chu Du also plunged to rock bottom. This is a quasi-battlefield killer move. He Lulan gritted her teeth, Chu Du's move was amazing and beyond her expectations. I did not want to use this. He Lulan snorted internally, activating the Expend Strength Immortal GU in her Immortal Aperture. This rank 7 Immortal GU was lent to her by Longevity Heaven secretly. Other than that, there was also a killer move that used Expend Strength Immortal GU as the core, it was called 70% Expended Strength. At the crucial moment, He Lulan immediately activated this move. This move's preparation had no aura and was stealthy, only when it was used, it unleashed an overwhelmingly extraordinary burst of aura. Chu-do quickly tried to dodge but he did not succeed. After getting hit by this move, every action or killer move of his took much more effort to complete, by at least more than 50%. While Chu-do's condition fell, He Lu Lan unleashed a flurry of attacks again. The battle was in a heated stage, both sides were stuck in a deadlock. The observing immortals retreated at once, they left the range of heaven and earth combined strength, becoming more at ease as they continued to watch the battle. Regardless of this battle's result, these two are peak characters among Northern Plains rank 7 experts. Such terrifying battle strength, I'm afraid they might be able to challenge rank 8 GU immortals as well. Chu-do, Black Moon, they are the support pillars of strength path in the current world, undoubtedly. The GU immortals sighed to themselves, at this point in the battle, be they Chu-do or He Lu Lan, they had earned the respect and recognition of everyone. Such evenly matched opponents made the immortals even more excited to see the eventual winner. Awesome, this is really great. Chu-do had many bone fractures and his robe was dyed red, but he laughed heartily and expressed his excitement towards this battle. He Lu Lan gritted her teeth and did not speak, she had gotten into a disadvantage once again. The reason was still the difference in combat experience. Chu-do was superior to He Lu Lan in every tiny detail. As they accumulated, they eventually affected the entire battle. He Lu Lan tried all ways to regain her footing, but the more she fought, the more tiny weaknesses she exposed, giving Chu-do even more opportunities to take advantage of. He was clearly hit by my 70% expended strength, how can he still have such stamina? Seeing that Chu-do was not getting tired, He Lu Lan could not help but feel a bit shocked. Chu-do had outstanding strength, even though He Lu Lan was using her full strength, she could not take down Chu-do. Currently, she could only hope that the effect of 70% expended strength would tire Chu-do out. But another 10 or so rounds passed. Before Chu-do even got tired, He Lu Lan was already completely at a disadvantage, the situation was dangerous. He Lu Lan gritted her teeth secretly, she was not willing to fail. In this situation, she could only take a risk and try. At the next moment, the dark capital strength Biao growled and jumped towards He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan advanced instead of moving aside, entering the dark capital strength Biao's body in midair. With a flash of dark light, the dark capital strength Biao shrank in size, turning into a half-beast half-man form. It became a layer of armor on He Lu Lan's body, it seemed like smoke or an illusion. This was a higher level use of a totem killer move. When the GU Immortal combined with the totem, their battle strength would surge immensely. Chu-do, time to go down. He Lu Lan shouted, the Biao wings flapped, she instantly arrived before Chu-do. Chu-do raised his arms. He Lu Lan's iron fists landed on his arms, the huge force erupted like resounding thunder, the surrounding air was forced aside as Chu-do flew out uncontrollably towards the ground. But Chu-do landed with both feet on the ground, creating a huge and long trench behind him. While he was still retreating, He Lu Lan suddenly appeared above him. Boom! There was another attack as He Lu Lan sent Chu-do flying to the ground again. Bam bam bam! He Lu Lan floated in the air, raining down fist shadows incessantly. The ground shook as smoke appeared, her terrifying strength caused the spectators to turn pale. Lord Chu-do, Godfather, Chu tribe's GU immortals shouted loudly in worry. He Lu Lan was too powerful now, she was almost dominating the scene, Chu-do had no way of retaliating. Enough, stop now, Black Moon. From the pit, Chu-do's voice could be heard as he spoke with difficulty. But He Lu Lan did not listen to him, she continued to punch endlessly. Is Chu-do admitting defeat? Wu Guang was excited as he spoke. Something is not right, Master seems to be in a weird state. Chen Cheng's expression changed. Hearing this, everyone realized that He Lu Lan's gaze was like a wild beast, she seemed to have lost her reasoning, she could only control this killer move through her instincts to slaughter. Chu tribe's GU immortals were all happy now. There is still hope. Great, as long as First Supreme Elder gets through this, he will win. This killer move is too powerful. If Fairy Black Moon's killer move activation fails, she might face a backlash and even lose her life. But right at this moment, a figure flew out. It was Chu-do. But what Chu-do did next was out of everyone's expectations. He had forcefully endured the rampaging attacks, disregarding his own life to approach He Lu Lan and place his arm on her shoulder. A huge vibration force was emitted, He Lu Lan and the dark capital strength Biao were separated. He Lu Lan regained her senses and her pupils shrank immediately. She was shocked to find out that her left fist had penetrated the right side of Chu-do's chest. But Chu Du used a method to save her and prevent her from suffering the immense backlash from her killer move. Why? At once, He Lu Lan fell into deep confusion and disbelief. But right at this moment, the dark capital strength Biao's ferocity did not lower, it appeared behind Chu Du and bit harshly. Stop, He Lu Lan shouted internally and willed to try to stop the dark capital strength Biao. In this situation, if Chu Du was hit by it, he would definitely die. But the dark capital strength Biao was not under He Lu Lan's control, it was incredibly fierce. Right when He Lu Lan thought Chu Du was about to die, a surge of aura burst out of Chu Du's body. His killer move was unleashed, the dark capital strength Biao was sent flying from one attack. The immortals were shocked. Rank 8 cultivation level. Chu Du became a rank 8 GU immortal. Our first supreme elder is rank 8. When did he advance? He Lu Lan stared with wide eyes and looked fixedly at Chu Du. Why? While speaking, she retracted her left hand from Chu Du's chest and placed it on his shoulder. A killer move was activated by He Lu Lan. It was not an offensive killer move but a healing method instead. Chu Du's expression was pale, he accepted her good intentions as he smiled. Ever since you started challenging people, I started noticing you, Fairy Black Moon. Do you know, even if you did not challenge me, I would issue you a challenge as well. To have a fair battle. Because Strength Path has been silent for far too long. Your emergence made me really happy. Continue on this path, Black Moon. Revitalize Strength Path and let it shine gloriously again. Chu Du expressed his aspirations. Looking at his dazzling eyes, He Lu Lan was silent. The dark capital strength Biao had returned after being repelled by Chu Du. But now, He Lu Lan regained control of it. The dark capital strength Biao was heavily damaged, it went back onto He Lu Lan's skin. He Lu Lan looked at Chu Du deeply before leaving. Before departing, she said, Chu Du, you have won this battle. This battle that caused a commotion in Northern Plains GU Immortal ended in Chu Du's victory, but the exact outcome of this fight was far beyond everyone's expectations. Once Chu Du displayed rank 8 cultivation level, he became a higher up in the GU Immortal world, be they himself or Chu tribe, their reputation soared. And in that intense battle, Chu Du first sealed his own cultivation level to fight against Fairy Black Moon as a rank 7. He then disregarded his own life to save her. Such actions caused the neutral GU Immortals to gain good feelings towards him. Even those who supported Fairy Black Moon like Yin Wuke, Chen Chang, and Wu Guang secretly felt admiration towards him. After returning to Chu tribe, his godchildren suggested to hold a celebratory banquet and invite the Immortals, to make use of this result and elevate Chu tribe's status. But Chu Du rejected it without second thought. He was very low profile regarding the result of this battle. However, news that he became a rank 8 GU Immortal still caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains' current situation. Days later, Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven let out even more surprising news that shook the world. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had revived successfully, while GU Fang Yuan had become a Refinement Path Demon Venerable. The world was in an uproar, all the Immortals were shocked. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2215 Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Chapter 2215, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. Under the setting sun, the surface of the sea was dyed red. Birds were chirping out loud, a warm sea breeze was blowing. This place was some distance away from Eastern Sea's Sha clan, it was not considered close. This place will do. Fang Yuan quickly descended, landing on a relatively small deserted island. Several investigative killer moves were activated. Fang Yuan had complete control over the island, he did not detect any threats or suspicious matters. Fang Yuan directly took out the 5 regional limit formation. Soon, 5 colored smoke mixed together and enveloped the island, before spreading towards the sky and sea. If he were still rank 8, after escaping from Crazed Demon Cave, he would choose the headquarters of Eastern Sea's Sha clan, or go to Immemorial White Heaven in secret and hide himself to recuperate. But Fang Yuan had rank 9 cultivation level now, he was a venerable, he could do things openly without fear. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal Venerable came to attack him now, Fang Yuan would be happy to see that happen. Fang Yuan slowly shut his eyes as his divine sense peered into the sovereign immortal aperture. He had already accumulated several beads of rank 9 immortal essence. Rank 8 Immortal Essence was known as White Lychee Immortal Essence, rank 9 Immortal Essence was slightly larger and looked like an apricot, it was orange-yellow in color. It was Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan was familiar with the appearance of rank 9 immortal essence since long ago, because he had obtained Giant Sun's immortal essence as well as Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's remaining immortal essence. But now, he felt some surging emotions internally. After all, this was his personal Yellow Apricot immortal essence. Using the Yellow Apricot immortal essence, Fang Yuan activated a method. Refinement Path Killer Move, Refine Self. A pale yellow light that was the size of a fist flowed out from the area near Fang Yuan's stomach. The yellow light flowed slowly around his entire body. The emphasis was on Fang Yuan's injuries. Fang Yuan had over 100 injuries, most of them were only dealt with superficially while he was on the way back. Even now, many of the wounds were still bleeding and covered in golden light or starlight specks, they were lingering on his bones, or his mashed up flesh. As the pale yellow light appeared, all of the starlight and golden aurora was cleansed. This meant that the Tao marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left on Fang Yuan's body were all refined by him. But the process of refinement was not comfortable, and intense pain could be felt. Fang Yuan's body was shivering, his expression turned pale, soon, sweat covered his forehead. Eventually, the pale yellow light lingered on the area of Fang Yuan's detached arm. After an hour, the light faded away. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, he finally relaxed. After resting for a moment, he immediately used a compound killer move, Man as before. At the next moment, his injuries were fully healed, his arm was also fully restored. But when Fang Yuan exerted strength using that arm, he still felt a sense of weakness from it. But this was already satisfactory to him. Fang Yuan had severe injuries, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were also no better. He was almost certain that their efficiency at healing injuries was lower than him. Because Fang Yuan had the killer move Refine Self, this killer move could refine all of the Tao marks on the GU cultivator's body into their own. The origin of this move was the killer move that Fang Yuan once used, Self-Cleansing. Using this, in the Battle of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan refined all of the Tao marks of the Flying Star killer move, countering Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's consecutive move. His physical injuries were healed, while his soul was at its peak condition. Fang Yuan started to resolve the matter of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had a tribulation earlier because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's killer move. At almost the same time, because of Fang Yuan's secret manipulation, he challenged the Heavenly Tao and endured the chaotic disaster. The entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture suffered huge losses, its foundation had fallen, compared to before the Crazed Demon Cave expedition, it had about 20% remaining. It was simply in tatters, this was a pitiful sight. But I predicted that this would happen before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, I prepared for it. Fang Yuan focused his mind, thoughts were expended, he activated another compound killer move, Landscape as before. The Year Essence pools and the sub-pools in various areas of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture all opened their dams now. The accumulated water of the River of Time formed into a vast silhouette under the effect of Landscape as before, sweeping through the mini 5 regions as well as all the mini 9 heavens. The silhouette of the water of the River of Time soon receded entirely, but what remained were various resource points of mountains and rivers that were completely restored. The GU Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture saw this sight and cheered loudly, their morale surged. Fang Yuan lightly let out a breath of air. Back then, when he created the Year Essence sub-pools and created time path areas, he had already prepared to use Landscape as before for such a purpose. After using this method, the water of the River of Time in the Year Essence pools was almost used up, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time difference with the outside world also fell greatly. A considerable amount of time was needed, until the Year Essence pools could gather enough water of the River of Time to accelerate the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time again. At this point, 40% of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation had just been restored. Which meant that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture only had 40% in total of losses remaining. This greatly reduced the time, energy, and resources needed to reconstruct his foundation. The 40% of losses were created by the chaotic disaster. Even Landscape as before was not useful for this. The GU Immortals that died from the chaotic disaster were also not able to revive through human C. He had a lot of other losses as well. The Immortal Essence expenditure was huge, he once had a vast amount of rank 8 Immortal Essence, but now, he had about 10% left, it was way below the safety margin, he was in a dangerous state. This was also why Fang Yuan stopped and did not continue fighting against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But the good news was, as a Venerable, Fang Yuan produced Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence, it was much more useful than White Lychee Immortal Essence. The bad news was, rank 8 Immortal GU Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus that once helped Fang Yuan greatly in terms of immortal essence storage became much less useful now. At the same time, because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time slowed greatly, Fang Yuan's immortal essence production speed was not high. During this period of time, Fang Yuan needed to rest and manage his immortal essence. He also had to refine the natural Tao marks of the outside world. He would need a lot of immortal essence. The lack of immortal essence is huge, while immortal essence stones are barely useful to me anymore. If I ignore everything and raise the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's rate of time to the limit, that will not work either. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic disaster every 100 years. Unless they were Dream Path, Pill Path and so on, grand tribulations and myriad tribulations were no threat to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was only wary about the chaotic disasters every 100 years. Even though he had already gone through one chaotic disaster in Crazed Demon Cave. That was only the Heavenly Tao blockade. It was far weaker than the chaotic disasters that would occur every 100 years. If the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time was too fast, Fang Yuan would quickly have to face the chaotic disaster. If he got heavily injured in the process, or even near the point of death, the other Venerables would take advantage of the chance. The replenishment of immortal essence was a problem. Other than this, Fang Yuan also lost a large number of immortal GU. In the first parts of the Crazed Demon Cave fight, after GU immortals died, Fang Yuan did not retrieve their immortal GU or immortal apertures. In fact, the 7 immortal GU houses that Fang Yuan took out in Crazed Demon Cave, including Rising Cloud City, were all lost as well. Fang Yuan's losses were so severe that no super force in the world barring Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven could afford to endure them. Thankfully, in the later parts of the Crazed Demon Cave fight, Fang Yuan purposely reduced his losses in this aspect. For example, when Zhan Bu died, the will that he left behind sent many of his precious transformation path immortal GU into Treasure Yellow Heaven. Other than immortal GU and immortal essence, many GU immortals died as well. Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Warrior, Xiao Hejian, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and even Fang Yuan's clone Zhan Bu, they had all died in Crazed Demon Cave. There were also those who died in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture when they defended against the tribulations. Most of them were revived through human sea. They had to recultivate to become immortal again. There was also a group of them who could not be revived. Among them was the old Combat Beast King, a rank 8 GU immortal. Even Fang Yuan felt that it was a pity. This old man had worked laboriously without complaint. He made great contributions towards the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. But he was killed by the Black Fire. Fang Yuan could not revive him. Other than these material losses, Fang Yuan also had some hidden losses. Most importantly, he exposed too many killer moves. In the Crazed Demon Cave battle, Fang Yuan had no choice but to expose many of his compound killer moves, as well as trump cards like Refined Self, Totem killer moves, and others. For a long time, these killer moves could not be used. They needed to be modified. When he fights against the Venerables in the future, if he were to use these killer moves without modification, Fang Yuan would be taking a huge risk. But compared to his losses, Fang Yuan's gains were much higher. In the Crazed Demon Cave battle, Fang Yuan had immense gains. He was undeniably the biggest winner out of everyone. Firstly, Fang Yuan ransacked the first 7 layers and obtained a vast amount of chaotic Tao Mark immortal materials. In the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, he used Thieves' Den to gain a vast amount of rank 9 immortal materials. These rank 9 immortal materials were enough for him to try to refine a rank 9 immortal GU. The second thing was Primordial Domain. Fang Yuan had about the same amount of the Primordial Domain as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, which was slightly less than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Primordial Domain was extremely valuable, especially for Fang Yuan. The third thing was Paradise Earth's Northern Plains True Inheritance, as well as his Heaven Path cultivation experiences. These included the method to digest truthful floating ice and raise one's own Heaven Path cultivation level. The fourth was Information. After the Battle of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan gained an in-depth understanding of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, as well as the Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven that they belonged to. He was no longer kept in the dark like before. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables and Giant Sun Immortal Venerables methods, their combat systems, as well as Heavenly Court's Door of Life and Death Immortal Graveyard, Transient White Cloud City Suppression Painting Path Formation, Ruan Dan's Pill Path, Longevity Heaven's 8 Extremities Formation, Calamity Luck Altars Luck Changing Golden Light Path, and others. The fifth gain was also Fang Yuan's greatest gain. His cultivation level rose to become Venerable level. This was a peak qualitative change. From now onwards, he went from a chess piece to a player. He could openly plot against the world and rule over the 5 regions. The history of humanity and variant humans would have no choice but to remember his name. At this point, he stood on the same plane as the 10 predecessors. He was like a sun that shone throughout the ages. All other GU immortals, regardless of their heroism or talent, were mere stars in the sky. GU Fang Yuan, the 11th Venerable of the GU cultivator world. A demonic cultivator who became venerable through refinement path. According to Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven, his title was Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2216 Crying because of Fang Yuan. Chapter 2216 Crying because of Fang Yuan. Eastern Sea, Shen Clan Headquarters, Purple Rosewood Myriad Sparrow Island. An elderly GU immortal stood in front of a stone door as he waited patiently. The elderly GU immortal radiated rank 8 aura. He was the current first supreme elder of Shen Clan, holding high authority, Shen Kong Sheng. Rumble. As the door of the secret room was opened, 2 GU immortals walked out from within. The person in front wore a gray robe and had shoulder-length black and white hair. It was Shen Shang. As a cultivator of human path, the stay in Divine Emperor City was his fortuitous encounter. After leaving Divine Emperor City, the black fire injury in his immortal aperture was completely healed. His battle strength surged to pseudo-venerable level. Shen Shang walked out of the stone door and stayed at the side, smiling at the GU immortal behind him. Please come in. This GU immortal wore a gray hemp garment. It was very simple and plain, but his muscular body could not be concealed. He wore a conical hat that could not hide his pale face and weakened state. It was Lu Weiyin, who had survived the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Lu Weiyin bowed slightly and said, Senior Shen's human path methods are extraordinary. 30% of my injuries have healed already. I can only repay this debt in the future. Shen Shang laughed heartily. No need to worry about it. Don't call me senior either. We fought together in Crazed Demon Cave, having close cooperation. With our friendship, you can just treat me as an equal. Shen Kong Sheng laughed as well. Seniors, the banquet has been prepared. Please come with me. Before Lu Weiyin gave any modest reply, Shen Shang laughed and grabbed his arm, bringing him to the banquet enthusiastically. The banquet was held outdoors in the open, at the peak of Rosewood Myriad Sparrow Island. There were 3 people in the pavilion. Shen Shang sat at the main seat, Lu Weiyin sat beside him as the guest, while Shen Kong Sheng sat at the end respectfully. There was no need to comment about the beautiful and delicious food and wine on the table. Lu Weiyin only took a small bite before he gazed afar. He saw that the sea was calm as a mirror, having no waves at all. The setting sun was radiating brightly, and the evening clouds were like blazing flames. Such a beautiful sight, Lu Weiyin praised. At this moment, the countless birds and sparrows chirped on the island. Countless purple rosewood branches shook with the cries of the birds, emitting beautiful sounds. At once, the blend of sounds created a medley that spread far and wide, towards the sea and sky that stretched to the horizon. Lu Weiyin could not help but show an expression of indulgence. He shut his eyes to savor the moment. After a long while, he opened his eyes and let out a breath of air. I've heard of the reputation of Eastern Sea Shen Clan's Rosewood Myriad Sparrow Island. After seeing it today, it truly lives up to that reputation. After surviving Crazed Demon Cave and seeing this beautiful sight, my heart has calmed down. Sigh, it is great to be alive. Lu Weiyin's strength was at the peak of rank 8, aside from his defense, which was firmly at pseudo-venerable level. However, the battle in Crazed Demon Cave made him feel extremely weak. There were many crises and trials that caused Lu Weiyin to be on the brink of death multiple times. Recalling these dangerous moments, Lu Weiyin still felt some lingering fear now. Shen Kong Sheng showed an expression of curiosity as he inquired, if not for Heavenly Courts and Longevity Heaven's declarations, the entire 5 regions would still be kept in the dark. What exactly happened in Crazed Demon Cave? Not only did Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revive, Gu Fang Yuan even became Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven both suffered losses. Even though they had gains too, Fang Yuan was the biggest winner. Thus, they did not describe the details of Crazed Demon Cave to the rest of the world. With this huge commotion, after the initial shock of the Gu Immortals, they started to gain deep curiosity. Shen Kong Sheng was no exception. Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang looked at each other before retelling the complex story of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave together. After Shen Kongsheng heard their story, he became silent. The pursuit of limitless demon Venerable, the scheming star constellation Immortal Venerable, the powerful giant sun Immortal Venerable, the pitiful paradise earth Immortal Venerable, and the immense restraint of Jiu Fang Yuan. This battle was at a whole new level. To the extent that even demon Immortal Qi Ju, Zan Bu Du, Qi Si Ancestor, Lu Wei Yin, and Shen Sheng were mere side characters in comparison. The price of this battle was also shocking beyond belief. Pseudo-venerables like Zan Bu Du and demon Immortal Qi Ju died. Fang Yuan lost about 50 Gu immortal subordinates, only half of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities were left. And in Crazed Demon Cave, countless lifeforms including Ni Kuang Feng, Bu Tian Kong, and Duan Hu had died. Eventually, Limitless Demon Venerable failed in pursuing eternal life, while Fang Yuan ended up as the biggest winner. Shen Kongsheng frowned and asked the two immortals, "There are 3 things I do not understand. Firstly, if I were Limitless Demon Venerable, why would I rush at that moment and take such a risk? With such strength, couldn't he have suppressed the entire world and built another formation if this crazed demon formation was not enough to achieve his goal?" Shen Sheng shook his head slightly. Limitless Demon Venerable is a true Tao pursuer. After a million years of preparation and planning, how could he relent without giving it a test? Lu Wei Yin added, he could not last long in that condition either. Although he seemed to have revived, he was not a true living Gu immortal. At least, after his death, he did not have a flesh and blood body, there was no immortal aperture either, in fact, he turned back into truthful floating ice. So that's it, Shen Kongsheng nodded and asked again. Secondly, are they really ignoring Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and letting him remain in the void of the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave? Lu Wei Yin pondered and said, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was first manipulated by star constellation Immortal Venerable and experienced a surge in emotions. He almost lost his memories and only vaguely remembered Lord Paradise Earth. Afterwards, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was released from the door of life and death by star constellation Immortal Venerable. He actually went to block the whole of the world boundary of his own accord. That was out of our expectations. He did not regain his memories and sanity like what we anticipated. There were no changes in his emotions, it was like he was completely emotionless, but he treated the world boundaries whole as the biggest threat. He used his body to block it and ignored everything else. That was truly a strange condition, as if he was a soul beast. Shen Sheng said, as two discussed between ourselves regarding Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition, but we had no conclusion. Now it seems that even the Venerables have no answer, they can merely make guesses. After Fang Yuan gained the upper hand and snatched the final truthful floating ice, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable focused on suppressing the world boundaries whole, the 3 Venerables stopped fighting. After the Battle of Crazed Demon Cave, they are all severely weakened, since the whole is handled by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, ignoring him is the best move for now. Saying so, Shen Sheng looked at Lu Wei Yin and said, as for what they will do in the future and whether Spectral Soul Demon Venerable can regain his sanity, none of us can guess. Lu Wei Yin nodded, his expression turned more solemn. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had a deeply murderous nature. Without regaining his sanity, he could only stay in the 9th layer void and not escape. But if he regained his sanity, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would fall into chaos. Shen Kongsheng asked his final question, and thirdly, Fang Yuan's schemes to become a Venerable were exposed by star constellation Immortal Venerable and giant sun Immortal Venerable. But there are still things I cannot understand. How did Fang Yuan get so many new killer moves? He had an endless number of compound killer moves, totem killer moves, and even Danghun Luopo Seal that made use of Danghun Mountain, Luopo Valley, and Reverse Flow River. I really cannot understand it. I thought Fang Yuan was always specialized in the wisdom path aspect of blocking others' deductions. His wisdom GU was also used up in Heavenly Court, how could he still have so many killer moves? Unless he has made some important progression in wisdom path. But isn't this growth simply too big? So be it if he had Danghun Luopo Seal, but that killer move that allowed him to escape from the door of life and death used the 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores. He had nearly replicated the road of life. Lu Wei Yin and Shen Sheng shook their heads, they had no idea either. The former sighed. If Fang Yuan was not so unpredictable, he would not have become the biggest winner in this contest. The latter said, regarding this, I have some guesses. The 3 immortals ate and spoke, discussing their theories. After filling their bellies, Shen Kongsheng took out a cup and made tea for Lu Wei Yin and Shen Sheng. Lu Wei Yin took a look and became quite curious. He asked, is this your 6th sound tea? Shen Kongsheng smiled. It is just a small creation, allow me to embarrass myself. Lu Wei Yin had a serious expression. Shen Clan's 6 sound tea is famous in the world. To think that I am lucky enough to try it. There is a term in luck path called, every cloud has a silver lining. There is also another saying, there is bound to be great fortune after surviving a huge crisis. Haha, I am really lucky today. 6 sound tea was a set of 6 teacups. These 6 cups of tea had very specific details when it came to the brewing process, temperature, cup used, sequence of drinking, and exact way to drink. Shen Kongsheng expended rank 8 immortal materials to brew the first cup of tea. It was called Autumn Wood Sound. This tea was crystal clear. It was like the sky devoid of clouds, extremely pure and intact. The moment Lu Weiyin drank it, he felt refreshed, his mind became clear, it was pure and cleansed. It was as if he had turned into a carefree flying bird, or a cool breeze, moving casually in the autumn skies, forgetting all his worries. Shen Kongsheng made the second cup of tea. It was called Cloud Flow Tea. This tea had a special texture. It was soft as cotton, unlike normal tea. It melted when it entered the mouth, turning into a slightly cold stream of water that flowed down his throat. It was drunk in one mouthful without doubt. He made the third cup of tea. It was called River Mournful Cry. But halfway through, tears flowed down Shen Kongsheng's cheeks. He failed to brew the tea successfully. I am ashamed, I am ashamed. Shen Kongsheng quickly wiped his tears and apologized. Lu Weiyin's injuries had been treated by Shen Shang. He was also hosted so enthusiastically by them. He knew that the main show was coming. He quickly asked what they wanted to hear. First Supreme Elder of Shen Clan, why are you crying? Shen Kongsheng answered. Thank you for the concern. I am merely tearing up in guilt. It has been 1,000 years since my Shen clan was established. To think that it would face the crisis of extermination during my generation, I, Shen Kongsheng, am truly incompetent and useless. This beautiful rosewood myriad Sparrow Island and our countless clansmen are all going to perish. Shen Shang sighed deeply. Lu Weiyin asked, are you too worried about Fang Yuan? Precisely. Not long ago, information spread that this Lord Demon Venerable returned to Eastern Sea, picking Immortal Island to set up his 5 restriction profound light chi that encompassed the surrounding 10,000 li. I am truly worried and fearful now. The whole of Shen clan is worried and fearful. In fact, the entire Eastern CGU immortal world is worried and fearful. Shen Kongsheng said this. A large amount of tears flowed down his face again. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2217 Delicious wine becomes flavorless. Chapter 2217 Delicious wine becomes flavorless. The great Shen clan first Supreme Elder was crying with a tearful expression now. Part of it was definitely Shen Kongsheng's inner fear towards Fang Yuan, but he had deeper goals as well. With the combined announcement of Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven, such news could not be fake. Fang Yuan became Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, while news like Qi Si Ancestor being Fang Yuan's clone became known throughout the world. Before this, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path had been defending Qi Si Ancestor as they made the Righteous Qi Alliance, to contest against the Variant Human Alliance under Fang Yuan's control. It turned out that both leaders were Fang Yuan after all. It could be said that the entirety of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path clans were toyed around in the hands of Fang Yuan. After Shen Kongsheng found out about the truth, he felt anger and humiliation, but soon, fear and unrest followed. Shen clan was an Eastern Sea superforce. It had huge businesses and 7 seas under its control, but how could they face Fang Yuan? Back when Fang Yuan was still a pseudo-venerable, Eastern Sea's superforces had joined together unprecedentedly and nominated Qi Si Ancestor to lead them. This caused their situation to stabilize. Now that Fang Yuan was a venerable, Shen clan and the other superforces could not escape his wrath. Because they were located in Eastern Sea, they could not move elsewhere. Even if they wanted to move, where could they go? Southern border and western desert were impossible, since the absence of a venerable meant that Fang Yuan could chase after them if he was unhappy, and they would be doomed. Other than those regions, Central Continent and Northern Plains each had their own venerable who could resist Fang Yuan. But they already had their own super forces. How could Shen clan and the rest develop there? If they stayed in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan would bully them, but if they went to Central Continent or Northern Plains, would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable not suppress them? The 5 regions' chaotic war was bound to happen. If Shen clan joined either venerable, when war broke out, they would be used as cannon fodder. Thus, Shen Kongsheng gathered the elite GU immortals and discussed for a while. He decided that joining Fang Yuan was the best choice for them. Even though it was quite embarrassing, Fang Yuan was now a demon venerable, everyone would understand their actions. After Shen Kongsheng made up his mind to join Fang Yuan, he thought about it more deeply. Since he was going to join Fang Yuan, Shen clan had to be the first clan to do so, it would give them more advantages. If Shen clan took the lead and worked with a pseudo-venerable like Lu Weiyin, stirring other Eastern Sea Righteous Path forces to join Fang Yuan, they would leave a good impression on Fang Yuan. Shen Kongsheng secretly told this plan to Shen Shang. After he thought about it for a while, he decided that it was possible. Thus, they had to convince Lu Weiyin first. Shen Shang felt that they had a good chance of convincing Lu Weiyin. Even though he had only met Lu Weiyin shortly, they had a deep connection. Shen Shang had once received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's guidance while Lu Weiyin was his southern border inheritor. If they looked at this from the central continent sect system, they were disciple brothers. Furthermore, during the Battle of Crazed Demon Cave, Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang had worked together without any internal conflict. After returning, Shen Shang used his human path methods to heal Lu Weiyin. If he were to use only his own earth path methods, it would take a long time to recover. At once, Shen Kongsheng cried while Shen Shang drank tea by the side. They were both waiting for Lu Weiyin's response. Lu Weiyin sighed internally. He had already understood that Shen Shang had an unclear relationship with Fang Yuan. They had worked together during the Fate War to fight Heavenly Court. In Crazed Demon Cave, after Shen Shang left Divine Emperor City, he immediately cooperated and fought against Heavenly Court as a result of Fang Yuan's words. Then what about Lu Weiyin? Where should he go? Lu Weiyin had been considering this question for a long time. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the situation of the world changed drastically. 3 venerables were in a standoff, but there was still the possibility of other venerables reviving. Everything needed to be reconsidered. Lu Weiyin, who had pseudo-venerable battle strength, was clear of his own situation. Fighting against a venerable was courting death. But in certain situations, pseudo-venerables were still capable of influencing the victory and defeat of venerables. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave was proof of this. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable got into a deadlock, they first invited Fang Yuan before asking the other pseudo-venerables to join their side. These people were the crucial pieces needed to tilt victory in their favor. In Crazed Demon Cave, even after the 3 venerables stopped fighting, Fang Yuan and the other venerables did not deal with Lu Weiyin and the rest. Other than the fact that they were in poor condition and were wary of each other's actions, thus being unable to take risks, if they tried to kill the pseudo-venerables and failed, they would be forcing them to join the other sides. Thus, Lu Weiyin and the rest returned safely. Lu Weiyin pondered for a while before saying, "If Lord Paradise Earth were still around, I would definitely follow him." The reason why I helped Fang Yuan to ambush Spectral Soul during the pursuit battle was to use his strength to help Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revive. But now, he has been killed by Fang Yuan. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth, showing anger on his face. If Paradise Earth were to be killed by either Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Lu Weiyin might still feel better. But it was Fang Yuan who killed Paradise Earth. While Fang Yuan managed to escape from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable because of Lu Weiyin's desperate attempt to ambush him. Shen Shang observed his expression and knew that Lu Weiyin's emotions were surging. He understood why Lu Weiyin felt so conflicted as well. Shen Shang did not speak. He had received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help in the past, it was not appropriate to speak now. Shen Kongsheng had no such issue, immediately urging, "In my opinion, Lord Lu Weiyin, you do not need to be too conflicted. Back then, you helped Fang Yuan mostly because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's will." After pausing for a while, he added, "Furthermore, even though Fang Yuan took Lord Paradise Earth's life, that was merely the final hit. The most important culprits were Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable." Lu Weiyin sighed as he looked up. He had no choice but to nod as he said, "You are right." He smiled bitterly. The situation has changed, the world is no longer like before. Without Lord Paradise Earth, I, Lu Weiyin, am merely a wandering vagrant. Even though Mushroom Paradise is still around, the Mushroomen have all entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture already, they are Fang Yuan's hostages. I am troubled by both choices, I cannot calm down. Shen Shang, we have a deep friendship forged from battles, I wonder what your opinion on this matter is. I would like to hear your view. Shen Shang coughed before saying, "I will not lie to you, friend, I want to join Lord Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. The truth is, back in the Blue Dragon Whale, we had already worked with Lord Fang Yuan. Afterwards, we collaborated in both the Fate War and the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Through our multiple cooperations, Lord Fang Yuan had not let us down once. Of course, can we say that Fang Yuan is dependable? That is complete nonsense, he is still a demon venerable after all. But Shen clan's foundation is here, if we try to move, it will be too risky. After considering the pros and cons, this is the only thing we can do. GU Immortals could not cultivate without resources. Shen clan was huge and had many GU Immortals, they needed even more resources to maintain the cultivation of all their members, while promoting new GU Immortal seeds as well. Of course, each GU Immortal had their own immortal aperture. But just the resources inside one's immortal aperture were not enough to be self-sufficient. Otherwise, Treasure Yellow Heaven would not be this popular with everyone. The sovereign immortal aperture was able to be self-sufficient, but it was unique. Even though it could be refined again, the amount of immortal materials needed, including the 10 extreme physiques, and also the tribulation during the GU refinement, made the risks and investments too great to bear. Hearing Shen Shang's words, Lu Weiyin's expression turned grim as he nodded. Brother Shen has helped me a lot, since that is your decision, then I will follow you this time. Shen Kongsheng and Shen Shang glanced at each other while muttering internally, sly old fox. With these words, Lu Weiyin wanted to use this decision to repay the favor of having Shen Shang heal his injuries. As expected, a pseudo-venerable like Lu Weiyin was a genius among geniuses, he could not be deceived under most situations. Shen Shang coughed and said, "It is for the best that you have decided to do this. We can help each other out in the future as well." Shen Kongsheng quickly made use of this conversation, suggesting that Shen Shang and Lu Weiyin should take the lead to get all the other Eastern Sea super forces to join Fang Yuan as well. Lu Weiyin predicted that this would happen, he nodded and agreed on the spot. Shen Kongsheng brewed his 6th sound tea again. After enjoying the tea, Shen Shang brought the satisfied Lu Weiyin into their secret room again for treatment. Shen Shang's and Lu Weiyin's injuries were very severe. Just one round of treatment was not enough. Even if Shen Shang was using human path methods, to get rid of these venerable Dao marks on their wounds, time was needed. On the morning of the second day, Shen Kongsheng set off and visited the other super clans. His plan to rope them in was quite successful. These super forces were all based in Eastern Sea, they soon heard from Shen Kongsheng that Shen Shang and Lu Weiyin were going to join Fang Yuan. With the death of demon immortal Qi Ju in Crazed Demon Cave, there were only 3 pseudo-venerable battle strength experts left in the world. Among the 3 of them, Shen Shang and Lu Weiyin wanted to join Fang Yuan, while Qi Si Ancestor, the leader of the righteous Qi Alliance, was Fang Yuan's Qi Path clone. This trend was simply too overpowering, the other Eastern Sea super clans soon joined in. Of course, not everyone wanted to join Fang Yuan. Sha Zan, Sha Jia, and the other GU Immortals had already decided to leave Eastern Sea and betray the righteous Qi Alliance the moment they heard Longevity Heavens and Heavenly Court's announcements. These Sha clan GU Immortals were truly pitiful. First, their foundation was devoured by the variant Human Alliance, they then joined Qi Si Ancestor to try and reclaim their territory. But the result was that Qi Si Ancestor and Fang Yuan had played them entirely, killing the important GU Immortals of Sha clan like Sha Ruiji. This demon Fang Yuan killed our clansmen and devoured our foundation, this enmity is greater than heaven. Eastern Sea, we will be back one day. Let's go, Zui Xianwang is going to arrive here soon on patrol. Hee, don't worry, in order to escape today, I specially found some rare wine for Zui Xianwang. With his nature, he is going to be completely drunk today. Sha clan's GU Immortals conversed while secretly flying from Eastern Sea to Central Continent along the surface of the sea. Zui Xianwang watched as they left, until they vanished into the horizon. This elderly GU Immortal sighed deeply, he had a worried expression. He had already regretted his promise to Qin Dingling. He was now Heavenly Court's spy that had infiltrated the righteous Qi Alliance. Heavenly Court had instructed him a day ago to purposely let these Sha clan GU Immortals go. I succeeded this time because it was an easy mission, but next time. Zui Xianwang thought about Fang Yuan, who had venerable cultivation level, all the wine that he had become flavorless. How did he suddenly become a venerable out of nowhere? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2218 Fang Yuan is an escape route. Chapter 2218, Fang Yuan is an escape route. A tiny bamboo stick, on which 5 cicadas were skewered, was placed above the fire grill. The bamboo stick was unusual, while the fire was also not ordinary. These 5 cicadas were all rank 5 fire path GU worms named Purple Smoke Cicada. Once the infusion of true essence, can emit purple smoke, obscuring a piece of heaven and earth. If in the mortal world, each purple smoke cicada would cause bloodshed among GU masters, but here, they were just food. The person cooking the cicadas wore a white robe and had thick hair. He was sitting on a folding stool that displayed his tall and thin body. It was Northern Plains Rank 8 GU Immortal Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu had a hobby that was well known in Northern Plains GU Immortal world. He loved to cook GU worms and create these delicious dishes from time to time. He personally cooked these dishes, other than for himself, he also gave them to his Baizu tribe members as a reward. Anyone who received such a reward would feel incredibly honored. This was Heavenly Lord Baizu's acknowledgement after all. At times, Heavenly Lord Baizu would also invite his GU Immortal friends as guests to enjoy his cooking. At this moment, Chudu sat in front of Heavenly Lord Baizu. He was the single esteemed guest that was invited. Chudu continued to chew as the number of purple smoke cicadas on the skewer fell to 1. Brother Chu, how's the taste? Heavenly Lord Baizu grilled his cicadas while smiling and asking. Chudu smiled too. It has great flavor. To think that after grilling these purple smoke cicadas, they would actually have the flavor of chicken meat but also the sweetness of taro. It is a crunchy snack and one skewer is definitely not enough. Ha ha ha, Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed. Everyone knows that I was a lone cultivator initially. Long ago, when I roamed Northern Plains aimlessly, I barely had enough clothes or food. One time, when I failed to capture a GU worm, I accidentally crushed it with my foot. Half a month of effort became wasted as a result. I could not bear to leave it there. I felt angry and regretful. Thus, I cooked that GU worm and ate it. The flavor was terrible and I had diarrhea for 7 days and night. I almost died as a result. After that ordeal, I became more determined and ruthless. I swore that when I made it big, I would frequently eat GU worms to take revenge. Heavenly Lord Baizu had a drifting gaze. Chudu was solemn. Heavenly Lord Baizu had never said such words to him. He seemed to have the intention to go into a deeper conversation. Chudu knew that this was the result of exposing his rank 8 cultivation level. They were on equal levels now. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed again as he steered the topic back. My grilled cicadas are just a hobby. There is good flavor but no benefits at all. This is not like those super forces with deep foundations. Their famous teas and wines are passed down for generations and modified each time. Some of their better creations can even grant Dao marks after consumption. Chudu nodded as he said analytically. Ever since the Battle of Yitian Mountain and the actions of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who has incredibly profound food path methods, Heavenly Court, which was his enemy, started to research food path and gained much result. The chi tides that swept the world also caused 5 or 6 food path inheritances that I know of to be circulated. These were mostly sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven and were bought by many people, allowing them to benefit greatly. As a result, food path started to spread among people. Heavenly Lord Baizu nodded and sighed. With the destruction of fate, the unification of 5 regions, and the reign of 3 venerables, the chaotic war is about to start. This has never happened in human history. Food path originated from beastmen and was purposely concealed by people even when it was spread. But with the great era now, food path cannot be hidden anymore. I wonder how many food path experts will appear in the future. Food path is becoming like this. Strength path will also not stay the same. Brother Chu, I know that you are focused on promoting strength path. That is impossible during normal times, but in this great era, you have a good chance of success. Chudu laughed involuntarily. He had fought against Fairy Black Moon earlier and risked injuries to save her. It showed his aspiration to everyone. Chudu's eyes glimmered. Now is still too early. Currently, there are less than 5 true strength path experts in the 5 regions. Other than me and Fairy Black Moon, there is only the first Supreme Elder of Western Desert's Fang clan, who is the most famous one. To revitalize strength path, I need to get more GU cultivators to choose strength path in their cultivation. I cannot change the environment of the world, but I can create more strength path experts to push this tide along. Heavenly Lord Baizu finally reached the topic he wanted. He interjected, Brother Chu, you are forgetting one strength path expert. In his early days, he mostly relied on strength path methods. And now, he is high and mighty, far beyond the realm of us ordinary people. Chudu was stunned for a moment before realizing that Heavenly Lord Baizu was referring to Gu Fang Yuan. Chudu knew what Heavenly Lord Baizu's intention was in mentioning Fang Yuan. He cooperated and said solemnly, Gu Fang Yuan was able to become a venerable. It is truly out of my expectations. Back when I first met him, I felt that this person was not simple. He could not be estimated with common sense. Afterwards, I was fortunate to fight together with him several times. I found that this person had a hardy nature, he had both brains and brawn. Anyone with such a nature would not submit to being below others. But he had a special identity, he was the single chosen person by heaven's will to rebirth. He also received the investment of many venerables in an attempt to destroy fate. In his life, he had encountered so many dangerous situations and predicaments that even throughout history, nobody could compare to it. Finally, he managed to take that final step and become one of the strongest people in the world. After my initial shock and suspicion, I analyzed this and felt that it was a natural thing. Heavenly Lord Baizu listened, he nodded, saying, "You are exactly right." Next, Heavenly Lord Baizu subconsciously quietened his voice as he moved his body forward, saying to Chudu, "I wonder if Brother Chu has stayed in contact with this heaven-refining demon Venerable." Chudu did not answer openly, he asked, "Oh, Brother Baizu, you mean to say?" Heavenly Lord Baizu shrugged and raised both palms, smiled bitterly, "In the current situation, Brother Chu, why the need to ask an unnecessary question? We became acquainted from our initial conflict, even though we made our respective tribes. In this northern plains, we are ostracized constantly. In normal times, we both have rank 8 cultivation level. Other than Central Continent, as long as we are alive, our forces can stay strong in any other place. But now, we are in the unprecedented Great Era. Giant Son Immortal Venerable revived, and he has a reputation for being the most caring towards his descendants. My Baizu tribe was established by devouring He tribe's foundation, which is a Huangjin bloodline tribe. To speak the truth, Brother Chu, I have not been able to eat or sleep well recently, I am filled with worries." Chudu quickly consoled. "No matter how protective Giant Son Immortal Venerable is towards his descendants, you still have rank 8 cultivation level. Longevity Heaven has been trying to unify the entire Northern Plains GU Immortal world. If he kills you, he will lose the support of many people. If the current world were ruled by Giant Son Immortal Venerable alone, we might be in danger. But with 3 venerables in power now, we have hope of surviving." Heavenly Lord Baizu still had a bitter expression. "However, there are countless ways for the stronger party to deal with us. Brother Chu, ever since our tribes were created, the other Huangjin tribes have been ostracizing us. Haven't we seen enough of their methods? Giant Son Immortal Venerable does not need to target us. When the chaos starts, he can just push our tribes to be the cannon fodder. It is a simple thing to get rid of us." Chudu heard this and nodded lightly. Heavenly Lord Baizu had expressed his inner worry as well. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to contact Fang Yuan through Chudu. He was not thinking of joining Fang Yuan immediately. After all, Fang Yuan had been given the title of Heaven Refining Demon Venerable by Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. Everyone in the world knew about Fang Yuan's nature, ruthlessness and cruelty was a part of it. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to leave an escape route for himself, so that he could use it when a crisis appeared. And the truth was, Chudu had the same idea as him. To speak the truth, I have not contacted Fang Yuan for a very long time. Chudu sighed and said the truth. Chudu added, "Everyone knows about my relationship with Fang Yuan. It is too dangerous to contact Fang Yuan now with Giant Son Immortal Venerable's existence. If I get exposed, disaster would strike." Even though he said that, Chudu had already made up his mind. While the 3 venerables were resting, he would secretly contact Fang Yuan and try to create a backup plan for his Chu tribe. The concurrent reign of 3 venerables shocked the world. After the shock, most of the forces and GU Immortals started to think about their own circumstances. At the same time, Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder, who was known as the most famous strength path expert by Chudu, was also holding a meeting now. In the study room, Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong sat down and said with a tone of lingering fear, "To think that Fang Yuan became a demon venerable. Thankfully, our clan did not reject him and made the transaction with him. Otherwise, if we offended him, we could have defended against him back then, but now, we would face his revenge. Our entire clan would get into a crisis of life and death." At the side, Fang Clan's 3rd Supreme Elder, rank 7 GU Immortal, Fang Huasheng said, "The truth is, our Fang Clan was deceived by Fang Yuan for so long, but that is nothing big, he is someone who became venerable after all." Fang Dichong snorted coldly, showing a look of displeasure. He had deep grudges with Fang Yuan. Back then, he schemed against Fang Yuan but got killed and captured instead. Even though Fang Yuan released his soul later, that was part of the transaction that allowed him to get a vast amount of soul cores as well as Thieves' Den. Right now, Fang Dichong had another body. Even though he had rank 5 cultivation level, he was already preparing for his immortal ascension. Although his cultivation level fell, his status remained unchanged. After all, his adopted son, Fang Yun, was holding up his faction. He was still trusted by the whole of Fang clan. Even though Fang Di Cheng's wisdom path methods were weaker now, he still had his unique perspective. He smiled coldly and analyzed. On the surface, Fang Yuan has become a demon venerable and the current situation is unprecedented. Something like 3 venerables coexisting at the same time has never happened, but even among them, there are subtle differences. Look, Heavenly Court exposed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable of creating and cultivating blood path. They also claimed that Fang Yuan was Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. They are the most aggressive side. Longevity Heaven rebuked Heavenly Court and said that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was cultivating blood path to benefit the world. It was his great benevolence. At the same time, they also called Fang Yuan a demon venerable. Among the 3, only Fang Yuan has not spoken. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he has been recuperating in Eastern Sea. This shows that he is the weakest among the 3 venerables. In the future, the 3 venerables will have a huge battle. I still have a chance of revenge. Our Western Desert is situated deep in Western Desert. We have a great location. When the 5 regions go to war, the boundaries of the various regions will be chaotic. We only need to lay low and develop secretly. If the 3 venerables have a winner among them, we will join that side. If the venerables die, our Fang clan has hope of becoming an overlord of Western Desert. Fang Gong and Fang Huasheng listened to his analysis and could not help but nod slightly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2219 No, I am Great Love Immortal Venerable. Chapter 2219 No, I am Great Love Immortal Venerable. After that, Fang Di Chong emphasized, looking at the 5 regions, Northern Plains, Central Continent, and Eastern Sea all have a venerable leader, while Southern Border has a Righteous Path Alliance. Only our Western Desert is still divided and disunited. One can say that Western Desert is the weakest of the 5 regions. In this situation, we cannot take the lead to cause problems or show our stance. If other forces recruit us, we will try to balance ourselves and secretly join them while ensuring that our benefits are the priority. Back then, our Fang clan was attacked because we obtained Divine Emperor City. We cannot commit the same mistake again and become the target of everyone. That is too foolish. Fang Huasheng and Fang Gong nodded again. Even though Fang Di Chong had lost his cultivation level, he still had his wide-ranging perspective. Southern Border, Tianlan Mountain, Luo clan's headquarters. In the main hall, most of Luo clan's GU immortals were gathered. Those that did not come personally also sent their wills instead. Luo clan's first Supreme Elder had rank 7 cultivation level. He looked around before speaking. In the era of 3 reigning venerables, chaos will ensue. What should Luo clan do? If you have any ideas, do say them now. Luo clan's GU immortals looked at each other. Soon, one of them spoke. This person cultivated Space Path. He was Luo clan's #1 general, Luo Ran, who had peak rank 7 battle strength, even surpassing the first Supreme Elder. Luo Ran spoke. Everyone, news of the reign of 3 venerables shocked everyone. After thinking about it, I decided to look at it from another perspective. If I were either of the 3 venerables, I would first devour Southern Border and Western Desert. After all, weaklings are the easiest targets. It is not good for Eastern Sea, Central Continent, or Northern Plains if the 3 venerables fight now. The wisest decision is to strengthen myself first and take more territory and resources before fighting the other venerables. Our Luo clan is at the northern end of Southern Border. We are closest to Central Continent. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wants to interfere in Southern Border, our Luo clan would have to face her first. Luo clan's immortals nodded with a cold expression. Ever since the disappearance of the 5 regional walls, their pressure had been intensifying daily. They had to search for backup plans and escape routes for Luo clan. Luo Ran continued to speak. With the reign of 3 venerables, unless our Southern Border also has a venerable, even if all the Southern Border GU immortals work together cooperatively, we are not the match of any of these 3 venerables. As for the other super forces who are deeper inside the region, they might still have the choice of staying out of the war, but our Luo clan is stuck between Southern Border and Central Continent. When conflict starts, we will need to stick to one side. Once he said that, all of the Luo clan immortals became stirred. One of them stood up directly and shouted angrily, Luo Ran, are you saying that our Luo clan should surrender before fighting? Are you going to ignore the righteousness of our clan throughout the generations? We, Luo clan, defend the glory of righteousness. Are you going to abandon that? Everyone turned to look. The person who said that was Luo Fei. Next, many Luo clan GU immortals added in their comments that sided with Luo Fei. When our Luo clan had once prospered, we almost threatened Wu clan's position. How can we act so cowardly? Indeed, venerables are no doubt invincible. But in the current era, with the reign of 3 venerables, and the possibility that other venerables might revive in the future is certainly uncertain. We cannot give up now. In my opinion, none of the 3 venerables now are worth joining. Heavenly Court has the sect system. If our Luo clan joins them, we need to change our clan system. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is most protective of his descendants. Bai Zhu tribe and Chu tribe are being ostracized by Northern Plains Huang Jin bloodline. Meanwhile, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has a lot of enmity with our clan. If we lower our heads to him, I will look down on myself. Seeing everyone's anger and riled emotions, Luo Ran quickly waved his hand. Everyone, I did not consider it through. Luo Fei stared widely. Lord Luo Ran, you are the #1 expert of Luo clan. If even you have such thoughts, we will be too disappointed. Luo Ran had an expression of guilt. I was wrong. Luo Fei added. According to my view, the situation is not very dangerous. With the reign of 3 venerables, they are wary of each other while being restricted. They will not make a move easily. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Demon Immortal Qi Ju and people like Xiao Hejian have already died. Fang Yuan lost many powerful subordinates. Right now, his main body is recuperating in Eastern Sea without doing anything. He does not have the strength to interfere in other regions. Additionally, even though our southern border has no venerable, we have the Southern Alliance and the alliance leader Wu Yang. During the Fate War, Lord Wu Yang led our southern border righteous path and did not disappoint us even once. Why can't we hold expectations towards him and ourselves for now? After saying these words, Luo Fei sat down. Many Luo clan GU immortals also nodded slightly, agreeing with her words. Luo clan thought positively about Wu clan. Because back then, Luo clan suffered a loss when exploring Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. They were pursued and had to seek help from Wu clan to preserve their strength. After some time, Luo Zhu announced the end of the meeting. Only Luo Ran stayed behind to talk to him secretly. Sorry you had to do this. Luo Zhu said apologetically. Luo Ran shook his head. Joining Heavenly Court was my true intention to begin with. I was just probing them today, but it seems that Luo clan does not want to give up yet. They think that it is too cowardly. On the other hand, that information path Immortal GU was only the idea of Immortal Crane sect. Even if our Luo clan wants to join Central Continent, we need to contact at least Heavenly Court, right? Luo Zhu sighed. Our Luo clan has always been an upright and righteous force. I am too useless to lead everyone. I am worried about Luo clan's safety. But you are right, now is not the time yet. We need to continue contacting Immortal Crane sect in secret. Central Continent, Immortal Crane sect. Verdant green trees grew as clear winds blew. In a pavilion near the middle of the mountain, a young GU immortal was blowing his flute. As the sound of the flute spread, an immortal crane fluttered in the sky. The young-looking GU immortal wore a clean white robe. His eyebrows were green and long, extending to his waist. It was the enslavement path immortal He Feng Yang. He was known as the winged crane flying immortal. I succeeded in passing my tribulation and became rank 7. But to think that the moment I came out of seclusion, I heard the shocking story of the reign of 3 venerables. Not only did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revive, there is even a new Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Gu Fang Yuan. He Feng Yang felt complex emotions. Back then, he was the one who asked Lord Sky Crane to head to southern borders Guu village. He also dealt with Fang Yuan when trying to get to Immortal Blessed Land. If I made up my mind back then and took action personally, could I have killed Fang Yuan? This thought emerged in He Feng Yang's mind constantly. But soon, He Feng Yang shook his head. The chances were that he would fail. Because behind Fang Yuan, there was the contest of Heaven's will and the other venerables. Also, even if he could have killed Fang Yuan, what was the point of saying it now? Fang Yuan was already a demon venerable, while He Feng Yang had just gotten past rank 6 and advanced to rank 7. He Feng Yang felt dejected internally, but he also had other emotions like envy. He worked so hard for so many years, but he watched as a mortal like Fang Yuan rose rapidly in strength, eventually becoming a venerable. Fang Yuan had far surpassed him. He could not even see his shadow. But through this flute music, He Feng Yang slowly calmed down. Everyone has their own opportunities. Fang Yuan was able to reach this stage. Other than fortuitous encounters, he also had wisdom and courage to fight. He saw through many chaotic situations and had often gotten into dangerous situations. But I am not without hope. During peaceful times, spending resources on enslavement path is wasteful for the sect. But with the arrival of the 5 regions' chaotic war, as an enslavement path cultivator, the sect will think highly of me, they will give me more attention and resources. Furthermore, I acted of my own accord and secretly sent Luo clan an information path Immortal GU in the name of Immortal Crane sect to try to recruit them. Since Luo clan's first supreme elder has not destroyed the information path Immortal GU yet, this shows a clear attitude. If this succeeds, it will be a huge accomplishment, I will get a lot of sect contribution points. By then, I can exchange for an immortal pill from Heavenly Court so that little Nine can become an ancient desolate beast. He Feng Yong looked at the 9 palace crane in front of him and smiled. This 9 palace crane was a desolate beast with a close relationship with He Feng Yong. Back then, it was hit by a time path Immortal GU and regressed in age, becoming younger and younger until it became a baby. He Feng Yong tried his best to save it, paying a huge price for it to recover fully. Eastern Sea. 5-colored smoke rumbled as it contracted, eventually going back into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the nameless island, he saw a wide area before him without any smoke left. Next, a large group of GU immortals came towards him. When they were 1,000 steps away, they landed on the surface of the sea and kowtowed towards him, showing their subservience. These were Eastern Sea's righteous path GU immortals, the various first supreme elders of the respective clans were among them. Of course, they were led by the pseudo-venerables, Shen Sheng and Lu Weiyin. Fang Yuan was stunned for a split second before understanding the situation, he laughed, a wise man submits to circumstances, everyone, please get up. From today onwards, I will treat you equally like my other subordinates. The immortals showed expressions of gratitude as they said together, we pay respects to Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, we are willing to give our lives to Lord Demon Venerable. But Fang Yuan shook his head slowly. At this point, I should make a declaration to the world. He connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and started to make his declaration. What? Heaven Refining Demon Venerable? I do not accept this title. Shen Shang and the rest were stunned. I am not in the demonic path, I am a righteous path member. All my past actions have been to seek blessings for all living beings in the world. I disregarded my own life and experienced countless crises to destroy fate, I granted freedom to everyone in the world. However, corrupt forces like Heavenly Court still try to suppress and slander me even now, they are trying to obstruct me. I was best friends with Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. In the Battle of Crazed Demon Cave, he entrusted me with his wishes before dying. After becoming venerable, I will emulate Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, I will work for the harmony of the 5 regions. Everyone, do not believe in rumors, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was not killed by me, Star Constellation and Giant Sun cooperated to end his life. Fang Yuan spoke in a righteous tone. Shen Sheng and Lu Weiyin stared at him blankly. The other Eastern Sea righteous path leaders were also listening like this was a dream. Fang Yuan suddenly raised his volume, he said in an energetic tone, everyone, I want you to remember, I, Gu Fang Yuan, am Great Love Immortal Venerable. From today onwards, I will create my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, I will bring benefits to the world and peace to the 5 regions. News soon spread rapidly in Treasure Yellow Heaven, every GU immortal in the world heard of it. Be they Heavenly Lord Baizu and Chudu who were currently grilling food, or the 3 higher-ups of Fang clan who were discussing secretly, or Luo clan's immortals, or He Feng Yong, they all received this shocking news. But Fang Yuan did not stop, he continued to speak. He placed a list in Treasure Yellow Heaven that contained a vast number of GU worm names. If any GU master or GU immortal paid the appropriate price, he would refine GU for them. For mortal GU, he did not restrict quantity, while in regards to immortal GU, he could even refine rank 8 immortal GU for them. The 5 regions went into an uproar. This is my promise as GU Fang Yuan, a refinement path venerable. GU worms are the core of our cultivation, they are our foundation. But all along, they have been too rare and hard to refine, especially immortal GU. Because of this, the first thing that I will do to benefit the world is to refine immortal GU for everyone. Regardless of our past grudges or enmity, be it friend or foe, I will not mind it, I will refine GU for everyone equally. This will prove the great love in my heart. I know what you are worried about. But in fact, I have already made many transactions with various forces and GU immortals, I refined many immortal GU for them. For example, I've transacted many times with Western Desert's Fang clan, this is all evidence. In Western Desert, Fang Gong, Fang Di Chong, and Fang Hua Sheng stared with wide eyes. Fang Di Chong, who had earlier emphasized that they should keep a low profile and not cause public outrage, turned pale immediately. Or for example, Southern Borders Wu clan. I have refined more than one rank 8 immortal GU for Wu Yong, the evidence is here. Wu Yong, Luo clan's members. Luo Fei held her head and felt like her heart had broken. Why? Lord Wu Yong, you actually cooperated with Fang Yuan secretly, why? Or for example, Northern Plains Baizu tribe. I have many possible areas of cooperation with Heavenly Lord Baizu, we have been in close contact. Fang Yuan continued to announce. Heavenly Lord Baizu was like a stone statue, the skewer in his hand that he was roasting went up in flames. Chu Du looked at him, seemingly saying, "Brother, what is wrong with you? Since you have been in contact with Fang Yuan all along, why did you want to use my connection with him?" Fang Yuan continued to say, "Not just Northern Plains, Central Continent is involved too. For example, Immortal Crane sect's Hefeng Yang, I have been in contact with him since my younger days, we have truly become acquainted as a result of past conflicts." Slander, this is pure slander. Hefeng Yang smashed the jade flute in his hand, he shivered intensely. Finally, Fang Yuan said, "Whether you believe me or not, that is up to you. Risks exist all the time, but what if this is true? Why don't you try first? Everyone, please give me some of your trust. Since long ago, countless people have misunderstood me. Thus, allow me to prove now to the people over the world that I am truly great love immortal venerable." After Fang Yuan's declaration, winds blew on the surface of the sea. The kneeling Eastern CGU immortals raised their heads and looked towards Fang Yuan in a daze. Looking at them, Fang Yuan showed a kind and sincere smile. "Everyone, please get up. You have already joined my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, you will receive greater preferential treatment as the first batch. I guarantee you that, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2220 Blending of Black and White. Chapter 2220, Blending of Black and White. Li Xiaobai followed several information path GU immortals, they carefully waited in ambush. "Xiaobai, Black and White Heaven are fusing together now, the commotion is huge and the environment is dangerous. Later, when the hound groups fly over, you should focus on watching rather than taking action, do you understand?" A rank 7 information path GU immortal instructed. Li Xiaobai quickly nodded. "Yes, I will listen to the seniors." He was acting obediently, without the arrogance of a great scholar. All the information path GU immortals here had a good impression of him. Li Xiaobai had become a rank 6 long ago, he was an information path GU immortal. Because of his talent, he was also the most favored GU immortal junior in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. These information path GU immortals came from Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, they were at least second-grade officials in the Grotto Heaven's imperial court. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven had a special system, GU immortals entered the imperial court and most of them held important positions and roles. After Li Xiaobai became a GU immortal, he also started to work for the imperial court. The only exception was old immortal Hua Yu. He had rank 8 cultivation level and stayed in the background, controlling the entire situation. "They're here." After a while, the GU immortal in charge of investigation spoke. The immortals quickly displayed several killer moves, they concealed themselves even more deeply. Soon, Li Xiaobai saw a group of remnant heavenly dogs running towards them while stepping on air. These were all Space Path ancient desolate beasts, they ate Space Path GU worms as food. A total of 368 remnant heavenly dogs, and 4 heaven-swallowing hounds. Li Xiaobai cultivated information path, he was most skilled at collecting information. After taking a glance at them, he noticed the size of this hound group. Remnant heavenly dogs were ancient desolate beasts, after they grew to an extent, they would become heaven-swallowing hounds. Heaven-swallowing hounds were immemorial desolate beasts that ate 9 heavens fragments, Grotto Heaven, and blessed lands as food. They had always been a huge threat to the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens. As the dog group continued to approach, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's GU immortals started to work together, they secretly used a killer move. This killer move had no commotion or sound, it spread out rapidly. Initially, the dog group had no change, but after more than 10 breaths of time, 3 heaven-swallowing hounds stopped and bared their fangs, looking in the same direction with expressions of vigilance. The final heaven-swallowing hound also slowed down. The 4 heaven-swallowing hounds barked at the same place for a while. Afterwards, 3 of the heaven-swallowing hounds brought most of the remnant heavenly dogs to move on another route, towards a different direction. The final heaven-swallowing hound brought more than 20 remnant heavenly dogs as they continued on their original path. The GU Immortals of profound literature Grotto Heaven had been hiding all along. After the dog group left their field of vision, they showed themselves and sighed in relief. Alright, it has been settled. Most of the hounds have been misled by us. They think that direction has sumptuous food, but there are soul beasts there instead. Haha, we have also used information path methods on those soul beasts. Once the dog group goes there, they will think that the soul beasts are hiding in Immortal aperture. They will kill each other without us taking action. The remaining heaven-swallowing hound was not tricked by us, it likely has the protection of an Immortal GU. But with this number that we lured over, Lord Yu has enough to work with. Xiaobai, did you see clearly? When your cultivation level rises to rank 7 in the future, you need to complete such missions often as well. Our profound literature Grotto Heaven cannot move and is placed in one spot in the sky, but we need to resolve lots of problems before they even occur. Li Xiaobai immediately answered, I will work harder. These GU Immortals immediately moved along the direction that the heaven-swallowing hound went earlier. This heaven-swallowing hound brought a few remnant heavenly dogs with it, getting ambushed midway by the battlefield killer move that old Immortal Yu set up in advance. After a large battle, the heaven-swallowing hound died. There was a wild Immortal GU after all, but it was destroyed in the battle. There were some remaining remnant heavenly dogs that managed to survive. They escaped along the cracks of the battlefield killer move. They were space path beasts after all, running away was their expertise. But afterwards, they met with Li Xiaobai's group. After a few rounds of killer moves, these remnant heavenly dogs became minced corpses. Li Xiaobai also took action. He used some immortal essence but did not play a big role. However, he showed an expression of excitement and lingering enthusiasm. The other information path GU Immortals looked at him and had a deeper impression of him being a cute young junior. Old Immortal Yu collected and stored the battlefield killer move as the Immortals quickly greeted him. Old Immortal Yu nodded and looked at everyone. When he saw Li Xiaobai, he smiled at the latter. He liked this young junior a lot and appreciated his talent. In his heart, Li Xiaobai had a good upbringing and was the most talented GU Immortal in the last 100 years of profound literature Grotto Heaven's history. He was the future of the Grotto Heaven. Sigh, to think that Qi ancestor is actually a clone of heaven refining demon Venerable. Fang Yuan is scheming and crafty. I was deceived by him completely. If not for Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven exposing the truth, I would continue to be used by him. What great love Immortal Venerable, such words can only deceive idiots. Sigh, I cannot trust any outsider. Only these GU Immortals in front of me are trustworthy. Qi ancestor had once personally helped profound literature Grotto Heaven. Thus, old Immortal Yu respected Qi ancestor greatly. After joining the Righteous Qi Alliance, he had been following Qi ancestor's leadership enthusiastically. But now that Qi ancestor's identity was exposed, all of that respect towards him turned into rage and humiliation. Old Immortal Yu had surging emotions, but he kept calm on the surface and controlled the situation. While ordering the GU Immortals to clean up the battlefield of all traces, he also sent them to search the area. They were all information path GU Immortals. They soon cleared the battlefield of all noticeable traces or clues. Other than that, the investigative GU Immortals also brought back some information. The heavenly wind chi wall of the immemorial two heavens has mostly dissipated. The fusion of the two heavens will get more severe as time passes. Not only are the two heavens beasts fighting more frequently, the Tao marks of the two heavens are also undergoing huge changes. Some are conflicting with each other while others are fusing together and creating greater effects. They cannot be separated. In fact, the heavenly wind chi wall had started dissipating long ago. Now that the 5 regional walls were gone and chi tides swept the world, the two heavens fusion also reached the most intense moment. This resulted in the intense commotion. All the Grotto heavens that were in the two heavens were facing problems continuously throughout the period. Earlier, the dog group was a huge threat to profound literature Grotto Heaven, so it was dealt with in advance. But what worried old Immortal Yu and the other information path GU Immortals was not just the trouble ahead of them, but also the bigger situation of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. After Fang Yuan returned, he publicly announced himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable and set up his Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Immediately, the 2 pseudo-venerables, Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang, brought the various super clans of Eastern Sea's righteous path and submitted to Fang Yuan. Thus, the Righteous Qi Alliance and the Variant Human Alliance jointly entered the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Old Immortal Yu and the others ended up in an awkward position. Speaking of which, they were members of the Righteous Qi Alliance, as were Granny Skeleton and others. But all along, because their foundation was in the two heavens, they were vaguely ostracized by Eastern Sea's super forces. But that was nothing originally. Old Immortal Yu, Granny Skeleton, and the rest only needed to continue getting Chi-Si ancestors' support. But now, with the exposure of Chi-Si ancestors' identity as their greatest enemy, Feng Yuan's clone, they had all along been trying to gain Feng Yuan's favor. Old Immortal Yu and Granny Skeleton could not help but feel stunned. Concurrently, the changes in the two heavens made them busy and tired as well. Right at this time, Feng Yuan announced himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable and made a declaration that shook the world. The 5 regions GU Immortal world went into an uproar. Ever since GU Feng Yuan started cultivating, he had been ruthless and slaughtered countless innocents. He was clearly a demonic path member. How could he change his identity so easily with just some words? If changing one's faction was so easy to achieve, what was the point of the righteous path? Old Immortal Yu scoffed in his heart, but he was clear of the truth. Feng Yuan's declaration was a joke. But with his strength as a demon venerable, who would dare to laugh? Look at those Eastern Sea righteous path forces who submitted at the first second. Even if Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court made fun of his words, what could they do to Feng Yuan? I cannot drag this on anymore. Feng Yuan has already taken in Eastern Sea's righteous path. Our two heavens forces cannot watch anymore. But should we join Feng Yuan, Heavenly Court, or Longevity Heaven? Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was not in the heaven of Central Continent or Northern Plains. This was the reason why Old Immortal Yu joined the Righteous Chi Alliance earlier. Now, joining Feng Yuan was the most convenient outcome. Yet, they would not be able to preserve Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Why? Everyone knew that Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. The two heavens Grotto Heavens were his targets to annex. Since they could not keep their homeland anyway, what was the point of joining Feng Yuan? And honestly speaking, Old Immortal Yu really hated demons like Feng Yuan. Old Immortal Yu started to think more broadly. There were many options in front of him. But which choice should he pick? It was a tough question. Longevity Heaven. At the most central area, there was Calamity Luck Altar. The 4 directions of Calamity Luck Altar had the 4 desolations. And around the 4 desolations, there were 8 areas for the 8 extremities. Above the 4 desolations was golden light that radiated and enveloped the place. Above the 8 extremities was a spreading aura of green light. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already returned to Longevity Heaven for some time already. Whoosh! A soft sound echoed. The final few star path Tao marks on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's body went ablaze. They vanished completely. My injuries are finally healed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air. Next, I need to refine the luck path Tao marks of the 5 regions and 2 heavens to regain my strength as a Tao Lord. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not use genuine Venerable level strength in combat. Because they were in the void, there were no natural Tao marks for them to refine. If there were, every action of a Venerable would be amplified and strengthened by the natural Tao marks. They would become very terrifying. This was like how Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had the amplification of countless soul path Tao marks in the door of life and death. But strictly speaking, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not considered a true Tao Lord, because he did not have his sanity. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already refined all of the luck path Tao marks in the world back in his time. But after his death, these Tao marks went back to the control of the heavenly Tao. Thus, he had to refine them again before he could use them. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Less than report chapter greater than so we can fix it as soon as possible.